All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Happy Monday. We are back live on the Real Precious. We skipped last week, but we back. We're back. We're back. And we're gonna have some good topics tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I see the chat is already lit up. It's already lit up in the chat, so I appreciate you guys. Definitely hit that like button as you come in. Share the screen. The scream. I was about to say the scream. Don't they say? Don't they say that in the South?
Yep.
The scrimps. Share the stream with a friend of a friend. A lot of these topics are surrounded around relationships, men, women, things of that nature. So you guys will see when we get into the program. We'll definitely put the live or the link in the chat for you guys if you want to join the live. So definitely look out for that. But definitely hit that like button as you come in. And my panel, we're going to probably grow tonight, but we're starting out with my co-host, the actual King Smith, Sean and Kink. So guys, how are you doing? The actual King Smith, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. If people follow both you and I, they would have saw that just last week, after so many shows together on these YouTube and Facebook streets, you and I actually got a chance to link up. We saw Neo in concert. That picture right there is a picture of two people with the same first name, spelled a little bit different. And it was so good to finally meet you. Thank you for coming out over the 4th, and you are the real deal. Just how you are here on this little box is how you are in person, and that's dope. It's dope to see somebody be who they are.
It was great to see you guys too. It's funny that you said that because I have a friend, and they're probably watching, and they always tell me, I don't think people think that you are the way that you are in real life on the internet. And I'm like, they're like, but yeah, but people really don't believe it. I don't think they really believe it. But yeah, I'm the same. I thank you, the actual King Smith, Michelle. I got to meet the whole family.
Yeah,
To meet all y'all.
you got to meet a lot of people that are connected to me. My ex-wife and kids' mom and daughter was also there as well. So all 5 of us was at the same event.
Yes, it was beautiful. It was hot.
Yes,
But
it was.
that fish was good. Thank you, King. I,
No
my
doubt.
my spidey senses was smelling fried fish, and I was like, I smell fried.
Yeah.
We kept getting closer and closer. King
Yep,
was
yep.
like me, so I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Whenever you guys are in town, let me know. We can link up.
No
King,
doubt.
how are you this evening, sir?
I'm good. I didn't have as good as time as y'all did, but I'm okay. I can't complain.
Good, good.
I didn't
Thank
get to
you
see
for
no Neo.
being.
I would have liked to see Neo too.
Yeah, it was nice. It was actually I didn't even know he was performing. I didn't know what was going on. I just knew you guys would be in town. And I had a death in the family, so my mind was kind of scattered all over the place. And then I had saw King posted something and you guys were down by the water. That's like my favorite part of Philly. Down by the water. And so I was like, hey, let's link up. I do have time, so let's do it. So it was a good time. Neo and Kesha?
Kesha, yeah.
Kesha was performing. So
Hey,
yeah.
hey, real quick. Ruben Studdard was one of the first people who performed. These little teeny bopper Gen Z people came up and asked who all had performed already. And I said, oh, the only person that's going up was a local artist and Ruben Studdard. And the kids formed out of their mouth, I don't know who that is.
It was like
Like
we don't know him. I
the
was like,
the the look that Precious had was hilarious. I was like, don't ask no questions. Just let them Gen Zers go be
oh
Gen Z.
my goodness. I was like, dang, y'all know Ruben Studdard? I'm sorry for it. 2004. I guess we're past that time.
Yeah.
Sean, how are you this evening, sir?
I am well, and Ruben Studdard. Yeah, nobody would know him outside our generation. We're showing our age, and I'm glad to be there and to show it. But I understand it.
It is what
But
it
I'm
is.
glad y'all finally got a chance to meet each other in person. I look forward to the day that I get to meet everybody in person, also that I see online. So big up to that. And Neo got one of the best songs that we can use as our theme. You make me better.
Okay, that is one of my favorite songs, him and Fab. Yeah, a lot of people think that I know all of you guys personally. I remember when I first started this YouTube journey, a lot of people thought me and Sean had known each other, or like a lot of, mostly all of you I've never met before. I think we just have great camaraderie when we are, presenting ourselves to these people and doing our thing. And I appreciate that. So maybe one day we can all meet up, have a reunion, something. Harpain
Absolutely.
this evening.
Hello, good evening, everybody. How you doing, Precious?
Doing
How you
good.
doing, fellas? How you doing?
What's up? What's up? I think I met Pain before.
Yeah,
Oh.
where?
Somewhere in Brooklyn, somewhere in New York.
Brooklyn.
Nah, I'm a Bronx guy, man. Harlem in the Bronx.
Well, then we didn't meet then.
Okay.
That's simple.
Not that, bro. Well, Lapeef Network, thank you so much for being here. You guys, make sure you hit that like button as you come in. Share the stream. Sean is in the chat. Good evening, like and share. Tarika Smith, thank you so much for being here. Evening, everyone. Please hit the like button as you come in. Quincy Q, thank you so much for being here. Good evening, good people. Jeffrey is also here. Good evening, good sis, Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mods. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Darnell, thank you so much for being here. Hi, Precious. Hi, Eugene. How you doing? Doublo's here as well. What's good, people? He says, I remember Ruben from American Idol. Yes, he was one of the first. I think was it between him and Clay, or did Clay win before him? I don't know. I don't remember. I started watching.
I don't remember. Yeah, like 20-something years ago.
Yeah, I started watching, I think, after Fantasia won.
Nice.
After one, I think that was it. Or maybe Jennifer. Did Jennifer Hudson win? I don't know. They all came through the American Idol door or what.
I think Clay and Ruben went head to head. I think that's when they was up.
Were they in the same? Okay. All right. So we're going to get into the show. Thank you guys so much for being here. Whoever is watching, thank you so much for being here. Again, share the live. Shout out to my dad. It's his birthday today. We want to go celebrate and have dinner with him. Shout out to him. Happy birthday. We're going to get into the show. I saw a few videos that I want to play tonight and get you guys' perspective. This first one I saw, and I've been in this situation a little bit before, but it wasn't handled the way that this guy handled it. So I want you guys to watch the video and give your perspective on it.
Hi, R&L. Hi, Soul Dex. Hi, Sir Francis. Hey, One Eye. I don't know if I think he was talking to me, y'all. How was I flexing? I'm terrified. He was talking to me. He said, stop flexing, bitch, before I pull up that stick, before I pull up the stick. Staring at me in my face. He just shot at me. When he pulled up, he was like, you bitches always want to take pictures. Stop flexing, bitch, before I pull up the stick. Please get away from right here. Like, what's the actual fuck? Like, he's scaring me.
He has conversation like that with me.
What to me? He just said
He
that
didn't
to
say
me.
that to you.
Yes, he did. Keith, he literally just said that to me.
He didn't. What?
Keith, he looked me dead in my face and was saying it. He said, stop flexing, bitch, before I pull out this stick. You bitches always want to take pictures.
Not you.
Keith, please pull off. Keith, please pull off.
This is not.
Keith, please pull off. Keith, please pull off. He has a gun. Please pull off. Keith, can you pull off? Like this? Keith, please pull around. He is scary.
All right. So what did you think about Keith and his scared girlfriend there? A lot of people were saying that she should break up with Keith. Should she break up with Keith, and how could have things been handled differently?
Wow, that's interesting. The ego in me would especially if I had the ego and the stick, in my younger days, might have addressed it differently. The mature person that I'm becoming, I won't even say that I'm there yet, would have probably, avoided it and kept it moving and not even entertained it. God willing, I won't ever have to be in that situation because I don't know which one will prevail at this point. But I'm just glad that I'm maturing enough to recognize that sometimes my pride and my ego is foolish.
Okay.
Man, I went through this scenario. I shared this with y'all where me and my lady had went out on a date, and I live in a fairly safe neighborhood, right? Have had no issues or anything like that. So this guy was walking down the street, and it was odd for him to be looking like how he looked, vagrant patriot skinned individual, so to speak. And I couldn't tell if he was like talking to himself, crazy, rapping, or whatever, but he's like mean mugging my car. And I'm waiting on traffic so that I can make the cross street left hand turn like that. And I see the guy look like he's about to approach my driver's side door. Now, Michelle, because I asked her to put on headphones because I was surprising her on that date night, she wasn't looking outside on and seeing what was happening. The guy then walks away, but I see him turn back around as I'm looking at my mirrors, and I see him reach for something. I immediately hit the gas and made a right-hand turn because I didn't want to F around and find out, right? And then I also waited to tell her because we were safe. I wasn't worried about anything, and I didn't want the date night experience to be ruined by what could have happened but didn't. You know what I'm saying? And I went back the following day because I live in a neighborhood that almost everybody has Ring cameras, and I went to go ask for the footage, but it was at nighttime. You really couldn't see what he did, but I know what I saw, and I don't know what that dude's problem was that day, but that whole situation could have ended badly. But having that situational awareness got us out of a sticky situation. And just like what Dub Will said, that kind of stuff is important. I think that if men are to be protectors or expected to be protectors, they should have a higher situational awareness than most.
Okay. Yeah. There are a lot of people that say that he was just fine, because when I actually posted this on my page and I said, should she break up with Keith, or should she just keep the same composure that Keith has? If he's not tripping, she shouldn't be tripping.
That's a good question. I think that if he's calm, right? Yes, she's scared. She has a right to feel scared, but should she break up with him because he didn't show the same level of urgency that she did? I think to judge it just on that, she'd be a fool, because no other indications showed that things weren't an issue. So if he felt like everything was cool, then she should maybe just express her concern. But if he does nothing, then either protect yourself or calm yourself down.
Right. Okay. R-Pain?
From the context of the video, I couldn't really pick up all the stuff that he was saying and that she was absorbing in. I might have to see a little again. I think sometimes if she's, whether it's real or not, if your girl is that distressed, you should maybe take heed of that. Maybe it's something you missed, right? So, I remember I was actually, somebody mentioned Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn with my roommate. It's a dude, right? So we were going to go to the camp. We were going to get something to drink because we were going to take a trip back up to Buffalo. And he parked on the side of the road, but we were in the wrong neighborhood. Man, some guys started coming to our car, right? They, from all corners, they started coming across the street. I said, man, pull off, man. And he's looking at me. I said, motherfucker, pull off. I said, you can't see these guys coming. So there was a natural hesitation in him because he wasn't aware of what the situation. I'm looking at the dudes come up on the car, hands going into their coats and stuff. I said, man, will you please pull this car off? And then he finally took off. I said, man, you didn't see these dudes? You know, and he's like completely oblivious, right? So her boyfriend could have just been oblivious, but her visceral. If you have a girlfriend that you're in tune to, you could tell whether she's just tripping or she's naturally afraid.
Right.
I mean, so maybe you didn't pick it up. Now, you know, so if just driving away could have calmed her down, I would have just said, okay, honey, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that would have been it. You know, so I don't know whether she should break up with him, but she should have a talk on why she was afraid later on when she's calm. Hey, listen, maybe you didn't see this, but this guy was tripping.
Yeah.
Right. And it seemed like it was directed towards me. And I don't think we should have waited around to find out. You know, so I mean, I'll leave it at that. So I mean, I probably have to see the clip again. Not now, but I don't think she should break up with him just because of that. But hey, dude, if you're gonna protect me, you got to be a little bit more with it. That's all I'm done.
Yeah, we never know if you really done pain, so that's why we try to give
you know what, man? You know, I don't even say it.
try to give you a few, you know, like a 5-second delay just in case you throw a couple word here or two in there, you know. We try to be courteous to you, Pain. No, but seriously, to me, you know, you have a lot of women who overreact and just read shit wrong. So, you know, we did this on the P for Sunday. Watch this video, and for all we know, he could have been talking on the phone. He said, "Don't make me pull up." So when you say pull up, that means he's got to go somewhere in order to pull up on somebody. I wouldn't say pull up and you right there. Why would I say that? Why would I use that word? I wouldn't. Mm-hmm. But I think he was probably on his Bluetooth or something, earbuds or something. And she was just ear hustling. You know what I'm saying? She ear hustling, and soon she was talking to him, or he was talking to her, and just got out of character. I mean, her boyfriend just walked up. I mean, he didn't see none of this. He didn't hear none of this. He should have been walking. I mean, he should at least caught some of the conversation, at least what she's talking about. And maybe he would have got up out of her if there was really something going on. You know, if she was really scared, why are you still on the phone? Why ain't you hanging the phone up trying to call the police and say, hey, man, some guys over threatening me. You know, my life's in danger. Something. But you ain't doing. You still bullshitting, nervous ass lad, playing your hair, doing everything else, but acting like something's really going on. So.
Yeah, I heard the way we are going to watch it again, because her laughter was it was more of like a jolly laughter. But then again, some people have weird laughs when they're angry or awkward. And her demeanor was of a playful demeanor. And I don't know if it looked like she was on live. She was on live and she was talking to her audience or whatever, because she was saying hello and things of that nature. But then at the end, she did start to think, you know, it was going to get worse, I guess, when she saw the firearm. Maybe if she would have never saw that, she wouldn't have reacted that way. We're going to watch again.
Hi, RNL. Hi, Solodex. Hi, Sir Francis. Hey, One Eye. I don't know if I think he was talking to me, y'all. How was I flexing? I'm terrified.
So that doesn't look like terrified. But again, a lot of people are different. I don't know if she was acting that way because she was on live or she really didn't know how to act in the moment.
He was talking to me. He said, stop flexing, bitch, before I pull up that stick, before I pull the text. Staring at me in my face. He just shot at me. When he pulled up, he was like, you bitches always want to take pictures. Stop flexing, bitch, before I pull up the stick. Please get away from right here. Like, what's the actual fuck? Like, he's scaring me.
He has conversations like that at me.
But to me, he just said
He
that
didn't
to
say
me.
that to you.
Yes, he did. Keith, he literally just said that to me.
He didn't. What?
Keith, he looked me dead in my face and was saying it. He said, stop flexing, bitch, before I pull out this stick. You bitches always want to take pictures.
Not you.
Keith, please pull off. Keith, please pull off.
This
He has
is not.
Keith, please pull off. Keith, please pull off. He has a gun. Please pull off. Keith, can you pull off? Like this? Keith, please pull around. He is scary.
Okay. So from my interpretation, the man probably was on the phone. And when you're on the phone outside, sometimes you stare at a target, sometimes you're looking around, whatever the case may be. My issue with the video is that while her boyfriend knew that the guy was on the phone and things of that nature, is more of like what Arpain was saying. You know, let's pull off, because why are we still here? If she's saying that she's uncomfortable, even by seeing a firearm, then he should take a little bit more, you know, urgency to her feelings and her being scared. I think it was her playful nature that made it seem a little bit more light, you know, than it really was. Because although that man was on the phone, you don't know what he could have did. When men are mad and angry and upset, you don't know what direction they're going to go in. I don't play. I remember being in Atlanta. We were me and the man I was with at the time, we were about to go into a club, and we're getting out the car. I'm standing, you know, pretty much waiting for him to finish with the valet. But as I'm standing, I see something going on the side door. And I told him, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but they rush in through the side door. He called the valet and was like, yeah, no, we're going to need the car back. And we left, because you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can be in something when you don't have to be in something. And so I thought that she should reconsider Keith, because if I'm telling you that I'm scared and I'm nervous and you're like, oh no, he's just talking to so-and-so, I'm going to take that serious. And it's not overreacting. It's saying, okay, if you feel as though you're safe in this situation and I'm not safe in this situation, and I'm telling you I'm not safe, you're disregarding what I'm saying to you and my safety and my protection. And I don't think that's anything to be played with. I honestly don't. So I think that she should think about moving forward with Keith, because I think that's serious. And if you're not going to take your life serious, somebody got to take my life serious, and I'm not going to wait for you to do it. If you waiting, like, what are we, like she said, what are we waiting for? Pull off.
Hey,
Pull
Precious,
off.
those last 5 seconds, she wasn't playing.
No, not at all. I think
Yeah.
she was nervous. Like I said, when people, and she wasn't in front of people, she was live, right? So no one can really see her peripherals but her. But you're live. Well, first I would have turned the camera right on off. We're done with this. So again, with her, she seemed a little younger, but the camera would have went off. Keith would have gotten in the car. Keith, we got to go. I don't feel safe. We got to get out of here right now. And I feel like Keith going back and forth with her is an indication that Keith is like, oh no, we're good. But can Keith stop a bullet? Can Keith stop what this man is capable of? No, Keith can only control what Keith can control. So I think him going back and forth with her about safety, I don't think safety is anything to play with. I could see if she was dilly-dallying off of a song on a radio or wanting to listen, like, you know, those are my new things. But when it comes to safety, I think that you have to take that very seriously. I think that you have to take it very seriously. Christopher Stern says the first sign of trouble, get out of Dodge. don't go running towards danger. Yeah, I like we leaving. You don't pull up to neighbors like that by accident. That was her first mistake. Exactly, and he should have pulled off. Yeah, I it seems maybe she was driving, he went into the store. Keith could have passed right by that man. He could have passed by him. Keith could be used to the hood. Keith could be used to the stick on the side. Keith could be used to all that roughness. And maybe she's not. And so, it's his job to protect her. And if he's not going to take that job seriously, you want to put in your 2 weeks or something, Keith.
Well, what's interesting about that is that I can see your perspective. But at the same time, who's to determine which perspective is the better? Now, for the sake of argument, pull off. Then you can have the discussion later on whether she was over exaggerating or whether or not it was something serious, and how to determine how to conclude that. A lot of times, somebody said it earlier, there is overreaction. And because that's a possibility, we don't want to fall into the space of always overreacting or not knowing the difference. Now, of course, you are a little bit different, Precious, is because you have some experiences from what I can determine that, through your conversation, that would better suit you on identifying and recognizing danger differently than others. She didn't seemingly, from, like I said, the outside looking in, like she was aware of what true danger is or not. It seems like she might have been just scared.
Mhm.
And, we can't walk around fearful all the time. Fear can save us, but fear can also, diminish our sanity if we allow it to rule us. So it's a hard thing to determine in this circumstance, but I see your point. And hearing you, because of, I guess, being around you on these panels often, I would take it differently than the girl who I just saw. She didn't seem like, she seemed, oh, hey, like we said, she's laughing and stuff at things that should not be laughed at. So I might not be able to take her as serious, but for the sake of argument, I would have pulled off. Absolutely. Just, why argue about it? Why sit there and try and determine it? Like, what's the problem? He ain't even talking to you. Makes no sense. But that is the mature of me.
Yeah, because if a woman is with you and she says, I don't feel safe, like, it's not like she heard these voices in her head. They both were hearing him be loud and boisterous with someone on the phone. So if a woman is with you and she says, I don't feel safe, are you going to analyze the situation, or are you going to say, okay, she doesn't feel safe, let me get her out of here?
Mhm.
Is it situational, or if she doesn't feel safe, you're going to get her out of a place where she doesn't feel safe? Which one y'all doing?
Oh, if that's the question, you're going to get her out of the place. I would think that if she doesn't feel safe, we could ascertain what she didn't feel safe about later on. Where are you going to be where you can, leave or just move to a spot where she could calm down and then get to the bottom of it? I don't understand what would be the big deal, because the parking lot, we won't get this spot back or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think some things are just low hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she was like, when she was pulling her hair, that's nervousness.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a lot of that shit is nervous. I don't know. Maybe people read women differently, but those last 5 seconds, she was really afraid. And they had to elevate for him to take her seriously.
Yeah.
That's what I read out of that. So let's count to 5 so he can know I'm really done. 1. Okay.
All right, so
You
we're gonna
laugh.
go on.
That's what we got to do with you, brother. That's what we got to do.
We're gonna go on to this next video. I wanted to play this video because this is a man pretty much teaching men how to take a woman on a date. He says some interesting things, and I wanted to get you guys' perspective because it'd just be interesting to see what you guys would say. Also, you know, we talk about relationships and things like that, but I don't think that that is something that it's a peer-to-peer conversation. I don't think it's, you know, yeah, you should get married, or yeah, you should be in a relationship and settle down and watch your attitude and watch your mouth. And, you know, I don't think those are conversations people are having. I'm trying to have those conversations more and more with my sisters. I'm the oldest of 7. And so, you know, you know, we go through the conversations of, you know, oh, I need to be softer. I shouldn't be aggressive. And, you know, those aren't the things that men like. It's not becoming of me. And so we're having those conversations, but I don't think a lot of people have those conversations peer to peer on the woman's end of things. And then on the men end of things, this man is talking about how to properly court a woman, take her on a date. And like I said, I don't think relationships are necessarily being pushed. So I don't know if this conversation is being had. I don't know if you guys have these conversations with, you know, the young men in your family, but it'd be interesting to hear what you tell them and how you tell them to date women or court women. But this guy's going viral for doing just that, telling a man how to properly date a woman.
All right, fellas, I'm finna help y'all take a woman on a date because you boys are lost out here. So you want to text her early in the rising when you know she at work or getting ready for work. You're going to start small talk, you know, rich risings, how your day going so far, what you eat for breakfast, wooty wooty wop. Then you're going to be like, I don't want to hold you too long, I got to get to work myself. You're going to send her $20 to $25 and say lunch on me today. And if you one of them dudes that think sending lunch money is tricking, then you need to take your swimming trunks off and get out the dating pool. Next, you're going to text her a few hours later and you're going to ask her, what your schedule look like Friday, what you got going on? She'll probably say something like, oh, I got to work, but after that, I'm free. Once she tell you she free, do not ask this woman if she want to go on a date. Of course she wants to go on a date. She not talking to you just to be talking to you, bro. Of course she wants to be wine and dine. Don't say no lame shit like that, dog. Once she say she free, you gonna take the lead and you gonna tell her what the plans are. Date. Now that you told her y'all going on a date, now you have to actually plan the date, bro. Be thoughtful. Don't go pick shorty up and just try to walk in somewhere. No, we don't do that. That's not player. Make reservations. You know how impressive it is to a woman walking into a 5-star restaurant with her date and he say, yeah, I have reservations for such and such and such and such. She gonna lose her shit. She gonna be like, him. He really like that. But before the date, bro, go to the mall and get you some grown and sexy attire. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You can spend $50 to $150, bro. Get you some nice slacks. Get them tailored. Don't go with no baggy ass goddamn on slacks on, bro. Get them tailored. Get you some hard bottoms. You can get you a polo style shirt. Tuck it in. You can get you a button down, a blazer, man. Just be player. And make sure you smell good, bro. Don't smell good for you. Smell good for her. Don't wear what you think smell good because you might like Axe. That don't smell good, bro. Wear some cologne that's appealing to women. Now you smelling good. You looking presentable. Now it's time to go pick shorty up. When you go pick shorty up, never go empty-handed, bro. Absolutely always take flowers. Show up to the door with roses. She gonna take those roses to the restaurant because it's like a form of flaunting and showing off and showing everybody, yeah, my date treated me like a queen. Open every door for her. Don't let her touch no door. If she do, you look that woman in her eyes and you tell her, as long as you with me, I don't ever want to see you touch a door again. On the way to the restaurant, play nothing but 90s R&B. You can throw some 2000s R&B in there too, but nothing but 90s R&B, bro. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Now y'all at the restaurant, y'all got good drinks floating around, it's good dialogue. Make the night about her. Don't talk too much about yourself. Even if she asks you about yourself, redirect it and make it about her and show her how interested and intrigued you are in her. Once the date is over, take shorty home. Do not try to keep that woman out all night. Show her that you're responsible. You're going to walk her to her door. You're going to tell her how much of a great time you had, how beautiful she looked tonight, and you're going to tell her, as long as it's okay with you, I would love to do this again. Kiss her on the forehead and go home, bro.
So is he on point with his advice, or are some of these things like, okay, that's a bit much?
I like what he had to say, except for the $25. I'm never sending a woman no money. I'm never going to do that. I never did. I never would. I mean, I don't see the purpose of that. But everything I like the prep time, you know, and it depends on what the intentions are with that chick. But sending her money, I don't see any circumstance where me sending a woman money who's not my girl or something, she ain't getting shit from me. I don't care whether it's the old fashioned or not. That part lost me. But the new guys, maybe that's good for the new guys. He seems like a younger guy, so maybe those guys got a trick out.
Wow, you hit it right on the nail on the head in that last statement. Trick out. It depends on what's your intention.
This world is gone to hell in a handbasket.
I did like those stuff, but go ahead.
I mean, it's all good if you're intending something intentional with that woman. That's really what it boils down to. I think that's a date that you should take your significant other on. That's the preparation for somebody who you want to be your significant other or your wife specifically. And if that's the case, then so be it. But if it's just to get some panties or some cookies, it's a bit much.
Okay. So before we go to Hank, since y'all brought it up, so for some panties or some cookies, what's the date looking like? It's the real pressure. Just keep it real. Go ahead, y'all. Don't be shy.
I mean, a lot of the stuff he said is okay, but all of the stuff he said combined, no, not for no panty. No, I'm chivalrous regardless. So that's I get that. But as far as all of the 5-star reservation and I'm not trying to be with you in a significant way, what's the point? I mean, unless I'm just rich.
Well, right. I was going to say, aren't guys doing that? And that's why women are expecting these 5-star restaurants.
Guys are tricking. Yeah, this generation is full of tricks. Yeah, guys are tricking. You know, thanks to Harlem and Uptown Pain. Thanks to y'all.
But sure, let me just say this. One of these, it depends. Like I said, it depends on the intention and the woman. I can see a woman who just wants to smash, and you going all out, and she's looking at you saying, "You know, I want to give you some ass already. You don't have to go through all this shit." You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it just sounds crazy to me. It's just, I mean, you know, I wouldn't. I can't hear you. Say that again.
I don't know if a woman would say. Are you saying that a woman would say, "I want to smash"? You don't have to go through all of that.
No. What I'm saying is that if you do all this for a woman who, in her mind, she might not say it out loud, but she's thinking that, you know what, man, you don't have to go through all this. You know, the reason why we're together is because I would like to have some fun. But if you want to do all this extravagant shit, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? So if he's talking about a woman he wants to court, if he wants to talk a woman he wants to court for more than just a one-night stand, I can dig it all the way up to the $25. I'm not sending a woman no money. Never. Never. So, but as all the rest of it, you know, opening the door and all that kind of stuff, I don't mind doing all that stuff. I always pay for my dates. But I'm not sending, you know, damn Cash App. Oh, get out of here. I still don't see how that fits in all the shit that he said. I still don't see how that fits.
Wait, when did he say to take for $25 for lunch?
In the beginning.
In the beginning. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, you can play that part.
All right, fellas, I'm finna help y'all take a woman on a date because you boys are lost out here. So you want to text her early in the rising when you know she at work or getting ready for work. You're going to start small talk, rich risings, how your day going so
Not Rich Rising. Don't say that.
far, what you eat for breakfast, wooty wooty wop. Then you're going to be like, I don't want to hold you too long. I got to get to work myself. You're going to send her $20 to $25 and say lunch on me today.
Gotcha. Okay. So
He's laying out the design of how to be a trick.
Sean, you're saying he's telling men how to be a trick?
Yeah, that's all that is. And I'm thanking the Harlem cats who are professional tricksters.
Okay, so how would you guys propose a man date a woman? Let's just say this is not someone he is planning to be with long term. I mean, you go on dates to collect data. You don't go on dates to say this is the long term person. You should continue dating, but you go on dates to collect data. So how would you propose a man date in 2024? What would be your steps as opposed to this man's steps to tell a young man how to date a woman?
Well, I mean, are you speaking of my steps are first off, identify your intentions. If your intentions are to something significant, everything he said is okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry, and I don't mean to cut you off. So the intentions of a date is to get data. Those are the only intentions that you're going into it with.
No, but what I'm saying is, why are you getting the data? Are you getting the data to be something significant with her? That's the intention I'm referring to. Are you trying to be something significant with her, or are you just trying to get the draws? Which is why it's called tricking. Are you trying to trick her to get into the panties?
Okay, so let's take cookies and vagina off. Okay. All right. All right. We're going on a date to collect data.
Yeah.
All right. How would you propose a man do that with a woman in 2024?
I would propose doing it less flashy, less expensive. Because for one, you're setting a you're setting a threshold that you might not be able to live up to. One, you're creating you're leading with your money, basically. And I would suggest to all of the young people and older people, don't lead with your money. That's just like a woman leading with, fake stuff that she might be wearing that is impressive to some people, whether it be BBL, whether it be the weave or what you're leading with all of that, and you might not be able to sustain that and disappoint somebody in the future. So don't lead with your money, lead with your personality. Go into a place where you're going to be able to collect proper data, not get her distracted by the scenery that she might not have ever been in or around. So if you're putting things in front of her that are flashing more so than you're distracting from getting the proper information that you need. So I would say simmer it down some. Go. You can definitely as he said, be confident and tell her where you're going and all of that. But don't put things in front of you that will distract from the purpose. It's kind of like I said in a rhyme years ago. Materials distract from these principles. Well, what I actually said was you don't need no apparatus to establish your status. Diamonds with carats adds a higher stake to your cabbage and protects your neck. This theory is sensible, but guarding those materials distract from this principle. So what I meant in all of that is, once you put all of these materials, you are distracted from getting to know you. They're knowing your money. They're knowing your pocket. That's what they're getting to know, and you don't want to lead with that.
So can I just say real quick? Everything the guy said up to giving her money, I would have just said, if she's talking to me on the phone, that means she gave me her number. I'll say, listen, we're going to go out. I would like to take you out, but you can leave your wallet at home. It's going to be on me. So she wouldn't have to worry about that. That's all I would have said. I wouldn't have said, here's $25. I'm not sending you no goddamn money. But I'll tell you, if we do go out, you don't have to worry about me saying we're going to be 50-50 and all that horse shit. And I will also say, listen, you come out with me, don't worry about it. There's no overnight obligation for dinner. I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah. What Arpain said straight up, you can ask anybody when I was out there dating. That was my approach. I never understood game. I never understood mouthpiece dudes, right? And for me, I got other stuff that I got going on. So I'm not wasting the time trying to draw things out. For me, it's, hey, look, I like you. I think you're dope. I like to get to know you a little bit more. Let me know when you have some time. I love to take you here. And since I'm inviting you out. It's on me. Right? And then boom, now the ball's in her court. She can accept that offer. She can make amends to what worked for her. If she's interested, she'll let you know. Right? But there wasn't a monetary investment that early on before I even actually meet you in person to know if we like each other or not.
Mm-hmm.
So just be straight up about it. You don't need to do this whole mouthpiece thing, shower her with this, that, getting a third prior to getting to know her. That's ridiculous if you ask me.
Yeah. Hank, what do you think?
No, I think I need to stop going behind these long-winded motherfuckers. Pain and Sean.
My thing was 2 seconds. My thing was less than a minute, man.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
It was the best minute of her life, too.
That's what she said. Let's go. Man, look, me, I don't know if this was a first date or nothing. I don't know what it was. It sounded like it probably was a first date. So she wouldn't have got no 5-star restaurant from me. I don't know first goddamn day. We're going out to get a look, and I don't even drink coffee, so I'm gonna sip on some lemonade or something at Starbucks. But if we wanted to do something like say after work, I'm going to a bar where they have live music. You know what I'm saying? A live band, something like that where it's not too loud. Where I can definitely collect that data because I'm already going to collect data prior to actually going in person and on this date. I'm going to collect the data when I have this phone call. I'm going to collect this data when I get her social media handle and I check through her account, whether it's on Facebook or IG or TikTok, whatever the case may be. I'm going to get all that data right then and there. And then I'm going to follow up by asking certain questions on what I've seen on social media, things that may concern me or things that I may disagree with and I can't roll with, that I don't agree with, how she's moving. I'm going to ask little questions like that. I'm going to put her in certain situations or ask her situational questions to see how she responds, to see how honest she is, see what she's all about. I'll probably also try to, catch in a way where she, dress casual, business casual. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to be all, I don't want you to feel like you overdress and come with this nightgown on, like thinking we about to go to this 5-star restaurant, because we ain't. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully your heels ain't too high where you can't, get on the dance floor and cut the rug a little bit. Now I know I sound a little old because I am. It is what it is. But that's what I would do. And I don't drink, but if she drinks, I'll get her a drink and I sip on my bottle of water and we don't have conversation. Now, again, I'm gonna let her do all the talking because I'm more of a listener, so I can understand and hear what she's saying and get some clarity. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm going to do. Like now I agree with him. Talk about if she does ask a question about me, it's going to be quick, fast. It's not going to be the Arpain extended version. I'm going to give about 3 words, and then we're going to get back to her. And just pay attention and take mental notes.
3 words.
Yeah, 3 words. That's all it's going to be. 3 words. And then I'm gonna turn the mic over like my name was Frankie Beverly, huh? So what was you saying about how do you feel about
this is I can only all I'm thinking is I am pink.
Right.
There you are. I'm glad you started recognizing.
Wait, I wanna see this conversation, Hank, where you say 3 words every 5 minutes.
No,
All right.
it might press. It might go longer than that because some ladies like to talk. Once you start asking certain questions, putting certain scenarios out, some ladies they love to talk. They just some just love
But
to hear themselves talk. Some just like
we like to
like
talk
to
with
engage.
you. We like to.
But we're more of a sounding board.
Okay.
Hank got a very good point because it all it takes is, yeah, that's right. I understand. And she'll keep going.
Yeah, that's right. I understand. Okay. That's 5 words. Hank is for real too, Precious. Hardly no words. Wow.
That's
My
just
dad
who
is
I am.
a man of very few words. And I think a man like that, you have to get to know him by his actions, deeds, what he does, because there are men that are very they don't talk a lot. But I think that their actions and things of that nature talk for them. But there are times where it requires more than 3 words. So I hope that those times, not I hope. You're a grown ass man. I'm sure that you know how to conduct yourself. But um, the 3 words got me. The 3 words got me. All righty. I'm sorry, Hank. I interrupted you. Were you done?
No, that was it. That was it. I'm a man of few words.
Okay. Okay, so you guys, from what I'm hearing, you're pretty much saying that you would be direct. Like, I'm not with all the fluff and all the, stringing you along and trying to do all these tricks. Somebody had put something in the chat. He said, Joe Mama said, if you want to trick, become a magician. If not, your money will disappear as if you were one. Okay, so tricks are for kids. I saw that also in the chat. But the direct approach is best. Women do love when men make plans because ultimately we're going to be a part of your plan, right? And so a dinner plan or a date plan is just something very minuscule into a woman understanding if you are a planner, if it's, if you don't mind doing those things. I know there are men that's like, okay, we can go to this restaurant, but can you make the reservation? Some women might get frustrated at that, but hey, you're going, so make the reservation, So, I think that the direct approach is the approach that will lend more results for you, because the morning, I mean, I understand where he's kind of getting the flow of the day set up for the date, but like Arpain was saying, I think Arpain was saying that if a woman likes you, not to say that you have to do all those extra things, but she's along for the ride. You ain't got to check up on her every hour on the hour. She's good. You make the reservations, y'all go, and that be that. So that's pretty much what you guys are telling young men today as far as dating. Be direct, no fluff talk. How do those conversations go with maybe your nephews or your, Hank has a son. Arpain has girls. Actual King Smith have a little girl. So I'm sure, I mean, you guys talk to young men in other capacities. So how do you guys instruct them when it comes to dating and asking a girl out on a date? And I know you say you would be direct, but I think that's more so your approach. But what's the real, like, how do y'all really be talking to them? Because these men out here, you're on mute, King. I think these men out, or maybe he's talking to somebody else. These men out here are, or not men, I won't say men, because men, pretty much know what they want and things of that nature. But young men are not necessarily going towards the route of courting, going out. And that's primarily because of social media. Social media, if a girl says she doesn't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory now, a young man thinks that every young woman doesn't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. And so now he has a fear of rejection, or he has a fear of even approaching because of a viral video. So do you guys talk to young men and are they giving you their dating synopsis and how it's out here going on now?
Now, I'd like to take a shot at what you're saying. I'll be real quick. Listen, I don't give the young guys any advice anymore, right? Because just because it's coming from me, they say it's antiquated. The girls were different back then. But I do tell them that you don't have to have game. I said the very best pickup line in history is just saying hello. Just say hello. And see what, if the woman doesn't throw up in the back of her throat when you say hello to her, then you might be able to say something new, depending on the circumstances there, especially if you're out on a social occasion. But as far as dating and all that, I'm done. These guys, what I did find out is that the young folks are starting to leave the dating apps, and they're starting to understand they got to get back out there and get their ass kicked and build up some thicker skin, and they are starting to do that, because if you want to find a chick, you can't find a chick to cleave with on the social media, right? And not it's a hookup. There's all hookup culture there, So if you get picked, you might get lucky, but anyway. So I don't give advice, and I'll sit that part out anymore, because I said, well, everybody thinks the women were magical Negroes back then when I was there, and they ain't the same anymore. I disagree. I tell some of these young guys, as old as I am right now, I'd probably do better than most of you guys, because you guys whine too much.
Shots. Weird.
That's it. Because I ain't afraid of rejection, man. I've been rejected by the best. I've been rejected by the best of them. Anyway, let me land it there.
Yeah, Precious. I've tried. These kids, in my generation, it was game, right? The new term, if I'm understanding this right, is Riz. Rizz. You know what I'm saying? So I've tried to tell them, like, you don't have to do all of that. If the attraction is there, then the conversation's gonna flow nice. And if they're not interested in you, right? Like, I don't get this whole, well, he didn't fight for me hard enough, or he didn't, keep going angle that some of the young men who I talk to are saying that the young women are coming at them with. I'm like, man, don't waste your energy chasing if they're trying to play hard to get just to see what your Riz game is like. That's ridiculous to me. But that's how some of this young generation is moving, at least for some of the guys who I've tried to talk to. So if somebody come to me for advice, I'll offer it. But I've just kind of sat back and watched and see how they move, and it's a completely different ball game.
Yeah.
So I looked up Riz the other day. I think it was yesterday, actually, and it said something about charisma is short for charisma. But can you guys break that down? This new word, because I saw a girl used it in a sentence, I think, and she said I rizzed him for a week or something like that. And I'm like, Riz?
Yeah.
How does that even make sense in that sentence?
My understanding is that it is that charisma. It's that mouthpiece. It's how one person approaches somebody who might be apprehensive to them, and then you get them to get on your side, or you get them, they may not have been interested initially, but you use your Riz to get them to then get up their social media or phone number. That's my understanding of it.
It's a new word for game.
It is basically game. Mouthpiece.
Okay.
Mouthpiece. Holy shit.
Yeah, I truly didn't know what it was, and even the context clues in the sentence wasn't helping me. I'm like, she rizzed him. What does that mean? What is that?
Riz. It sounds like something in the aftermath. That's what it's like something when things are over.
I don't know. It sounds like something unclean.
Exactly.
So
it's too close to jizz. Maybe that's what it is. It's too close to jizz.
Yeah, he told you. I didn't even want to say it. I'm trying to be clean.
It's too close to that word.
Yeah. So Precious, like, I tried, and it seemed like the guys think that they have to play the game or be a part of the chase. And when I see that that's where that young man's mindset is at, I'm like, well, you know what? You're gonna have to go out here and learn the hard way.
No doubt.
Where's
Unbelievable.
like something that makes you itch? Yes, it sounds just unclean.
I talked to my son and nephew and some of my son's teammates. You know, I asked him, I said, man, what's your pickup line? I mean, you was going out somewhere. What would you go and say to the young lady? What would you say? And I listened to him and I grade him. I said, man, that sounds like shit. I don't ever use that line. Or man, that line.
Give us an example.
That'll be
What's
a good street interview. Like, what's your pickup line?
I was asking.
I mean, but
okay.
Let me take it back because my son said one time, and I said, "Man, I'm gonna have to use that. That sounds good to me." So I was impressed with him. But you know, I asked those certain questions to him because I tell him, I said, "Man, look here, man. You know, if you trying to have a conversation with a young lady, you know, it don't take much. But part of their problem, these young cats, they talk a lot. They talk more than the girls. So they don't do a lot of listening, and they do too busy bragging and boasting and talking about what they got, what they want, what they gonna get, and do this and that. I said, dude, y'all just stop talking, because half of y'all ain't gonna never see what y'all talking about. Half of y'all ain't gonna get what y'all talking about. Just be quiet, man. Just put some action behind your words. Don't just talk about what you're gonna do. Do it. But they don't pay attention enough, man. They don't pay attention to the details. They too worried about, you know, trying to impress them by telling them, I got this and I got this. I'm gonna be doing this and that. Yeah, okay, that sounds good, man. But come on, man. How about you do more listening? Because you're the one who have to make a decision on whether you want to be with this young lady or not. And if you're not hearing what she's saying, what it is, and the red flags, you're totally missing because you're too busy talking about you and yourself all the damn time. You're missing all the red flags. You're missing all the clues. You're missing the things that she's saying. So you could have an idea if she was one you really need to be with, I want to be with. So, and I tell him, I said, dude, if you gotta talk to this young lady like you talking to one of your dudes, calling her bro and all that, dog, that's not the type of woman you want. If she answers you, hey, shorty, hey, girl, and she turns around and pays attention to you, yeah, don't get with that girl.
Facts.
If she don't respond to it, you know, and you come to her in a respectful way, that's the girl you need to deal with. That's the girl you need to talk to. Because it seems like she got some sense. Because she ain't going to just let you come in anyway. Talking about, hey, show, hey, young, and nah, hey, girl, hey, bro. No, hell no. What type of girl is that? Now, it might be one of them type of girls y'all just trying to get for the moment. And that's okay, too. Just make sure y'all strap up. Make sure you put a raincoat on if that's the type of girl you're trying to get with. But if you look for something serious, yeah, you should be addressing her that way. And if you do address the way she responds, and she responds in a way like, you know, she's liking that and okay with that, yeah, you know what that means. You need to categorize her. She's a 20-minute chick and keep it moving. But if she holds herself in a respectful manner and take you in a respectful way, then yeah, she's one you want to make sure you further have a conversation with and further invest in. Because she seems like she's about something.
Even if she's the right one, you put a raincoat on.
And you should always do that. I never promote it. That's not good.
You're laughing, Sean.
Yeah, because I'm listening. 20-minute chick. I hear what Nick is saying, and I agree. And then I can't get over. Hello, is it pain you're looking for?
Oh gosh.
But that shit always works for me, man.
You're just a low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry.
Nice.
But to answer your question, what do I tell the young guys? I literally just had a conversation a week and a half ago with a guy younger than me, and I said, similar to what I was saying earlier, you need to identify your intention and let that be known. And I emphasize that and stress that because a lot of times women are just, in this day and age, they're just looking for attention. And unfortunately, you get no intention when you're looking for attention, because attention is easy to give. So I'm like, I tell the young cats, yo, what is your intention for her? identify that first and foremost. Is it 20 minutes, as Hank just said, or is it a lifetime? And when you identify that, that's how you approach it.
So how long does it take to, I mean, I guess a 20-minute chick, it really doesn't take that long to determine if you want to have 20 minutes with her. But the lifetime chick, wouldn't you guys have been maybe dating for a while before he determines that?
I go to what Hank said earlier. We would have already had a lot of conversations before to determine it. Before the date, and a while, we could have gone on a couple of coffee dates, and like he said, I don't drink coffee either. But it would have started there, because if they don't want to go to the coffee shop, they're a 20-minute girl. If they do go to the coffee shop, then the coffee shop, that means that they also have intentions with you. They want more. They aren't superficial and only trying to get what they think you might have or what they think they can get from you. So a lot of that is determined amongst how you say, all right, yo, you want to go out, catch a bite to eat, or go get a little cup of coffee. And if they're resistant to that, they're 20 minutes. They're superficial. And that's what I call 20 minutes. Somebody who's superficial. I don't care how much, how high end they are or how beautiful they are. If they're superficial, they're superficial. And it's easy to determine that.
Okay, that makes sense. So if she doesn't, I mean, I hope there's another test other than the coffee date, even just a walk in the park, like just simple things. Women bypass the simple things trying to get to the things that they haven't earned, or the things that are just, way out there for no reason. And there's no reason for her to indulge in that with that man. I always say you can't tell a man how to spend his money. He's going to spend his money the way that he wants. If he wants to spend money on you, with you, things of that nature, he's going to do it. If not, you can't, there's not enough charm or whatever in the world to make a man spend his money on you if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, look, if somebody's interested, they'll make it work. I have two specific examples of one where I was going for a mile walk somewhere, and I told somebody this, and it was our first time meeting. I said, hey, would you like to accompany me on the walk? She said, hell no. That was the end of that. The next week, same day of the week, somebody else, they were like, yeah, sure, I love that. We had a 1 mile walk, we chatted, we had a couple of dates, but she was wanting like marriage and kids, and I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. But we had a good time, and I presented what I was doing, gave her the opportunity. She showed that interest and showed up. You know what I'm saying? And the person who told, like, straight up, her words were, hell no. I didn't lose any sleep over that. She said no. She moved on. I moved on. It was what it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Who was it? Who I interviewed off of, was it Married at First Sight?
Gil.
I always hear him say this every time we talk about this conversation, but he says, like who likes you, right? Be with who wants to be with you. It's the only way that it's going to work, because if you're trying to impress or force or, trying to steer something in the direction that you want it to go in, but the other person's not really with it, it's a dead deal.
The catch-22 with that is when you like who likes you, they like you until they meet, until you have like a circumstance where you have to be what they don't like. And so it basically, if you got to check somebody, they like you up until you check them. And then when you have to check them, it's like, well, who are you talking to?
Well, isn't that a discriminator though? I mean, listen, you could like you, but you got to start with a person you got some mutual attraction, and then after that, there's eliminators after that, or things that make it stronger. So if suppose she passed the first check, and you check her, right, and she says, well, that makes sense. I'll do better next time. then what? That's a step in the right direction. If she looks at you like the rest of the chicks, nobody can check me, boo, kind of chicks, then you know you got to make a decision. I can't be with a person who can't be corrected, especially, you know, and it's only a one-way thing, you know. So, I mean, these are discriminators that men keep fighting over that barrier. That's why there's so much frustration out there. I think, you know, I think it's simple. If you approach a woman and she's not feeling you, stop acting like she's the last woman in the world.
That part.
You know, and that's what a lot of guys do. They're so hard up, man, to make the one they like them back. That's where the frustration comes in, and they don't know. Go to the next chick. The one thing I do tell men, I'm gonna end it here, is when a woman leaves you, my advice to them is get in the cut with a new woman as soon as possible. I don't care if you got to pay for it. Get some, go get some, and get over the chick as soon as you possibly can. And if you need to go bust some cheeks,
This world is going to hell in a handbasket.
you know, because ain't nothing worse than a man lamenting over a woman. And that just kind of lingers and, you know, starts permeating to your job and your friendships and all that, man. It's just pathetic. Get over that shit and move on, goddamn. You know, that's all I can say. You can't be like Corey crying every night to bed. You should have never said that shit on public TV. I cried myself to sleep for a year. No, come on. First of all, you're lying. And second of all, the fact that he didn't get into a cut with another woman, I'm ashamed. Get your ass out there and get you a finest ass chick and have her on your arm at the next goddamn event so you can like crush your ex-wife. Because she's going to go into conniptions once he finds it.
Gentlemen, this is coming from a man who's been married all his life. Don't listen to him.
No, I haven't been married all my life. No, I haven't been married all my life, though.
I was born married.
You know, so anyway, that's just my theory. I think men need to get over an old woman with a new one. You don't have to go get into an old relationship, but just get over the old one with a new one. That kind of stuff.
I agree with you as far as getting over, but I don't agree with you as far as the method, just jumping into something new. That don't make no damn sense.
It was when he said, even if you got to pay for it. That was
Well, I'm just saying I'm just using hyperbole to get a point across. So what I mean is, it doesn't have to be a serious relationship. Get yourself, just get that little edge off and say, you know what? She's not the last woman in the world. I'm not going to marry this one, but that's not the last woman in the world. I'm soothed. Hey, listen, you ever see these movies where the guy loses his son or he gets his hand chopped off, and the heroine in the movie, she gives him a little piece, and all of a sudden everything in his life is okay because he got laid? That's what I'm talking about.
You realize that's a movie.
No, that's the point. But they write that shit in there like all a man needs is to get laid, and everything in his world is better. I'm serious. Y'all don't never notice that in movies. You know, so you know what?
I don't understand. I don't understand. You're a man with daughters, so
Right.
you listen to what you just said. Leave after he leave, you go find somebody. And what if one of that piece of ass was one of your baby girls?
Yeah,
Just to come up, just to get over past his ex-wife.
well, first of all, let's explore this personal kind of thing, right? I'm not gonna be in my daughter's relationship like that. If she breaks up with a dude, and he didn't physically assault her, they break up. Maybe it's her fault. Maybe it's his fault.
No.
But and we're close. What does that have to do with what I said? The guy, if a woman, wait a minute, whenever you said something, you accuse me of something. If my daughter breaks up with a guy, I'm not going to tell him he can't get no ass from somebody else. Why? They're broken up.
So you're gonna tell your daughter jump on another
I mean, that goes for men. I ain't talking to women like that. I'm talking about the dude.
I said, Pay, what if your daughter was the rebound chick? That's what I said.
Precious.
Because that's what you're telling the dude.
I don't know about daughter. You know what?
Just go out there and go get some ass.
What does that have to do with anything, Hank? What does that have to do with? I mean, you got to have allegiance to every woman you fool around with. What are you talking about? I mean, you're taking a scenario and saying, "What? I don't listen. I don't. My daughter, if she has sex with somebody, she's a rebound thing. She better do better discernment. That's what I teach. I taught her.
You only got to have allegiance with half of them. Okay.
I said what?
You only got to have allegiance with half of the women you mess with.
No, you don't have to have allegiance with any of the women you mess with, except the one you want.
Shit.
You know, I mean, what are you talking about? First of all, I liked all the women I slept with. You know, so I don't know where you guys are coming from. I mean,
Only-
I'm sitting down here.
I think only like 40% of them.
Okay, let me say this.
I am
World
glad
class.
you don't talk to these
If you
men.
break up with a woman, if you break up, so your thing is the guy should go in the corner and cry his eyes to sleep for a year before he gets laid again.
No, nobody said that. I
So
don't
what are you
agree with
talking
doing it for a
about
whole
then?
year. Dude, you
So
sit
what's
there and
a
say,
reasonable time for the guy to lament losing a love? I'm asking you. What is a week? 10 weeks? A month?
45 minutes. 45 minutes, Tom.
Well, look at Paint. You got to give me an opportunity to answer if you're going to ask a question.
I'm not saying that.
So if that man, look, I'm not the man that's going to tell you a man how long he should grieve or deal with whatever he's dealing with. Okay, it is what it is. If that man takes a whole week and do it, so be it. If that's what he needs to do to get himself together, whatever. The man lost his family and may not be crying over the marriage. He's probably more so crying over that he's not getting to see his kids. He went from seeing 100% of the time, now maybe down to 50 to 45 to 40% maybe. And that's hard on a man who loves his kids and loves his family.
I agree with that.
I don't know how you feel about the situation. I would feel hurt myself. Now, to the point where I'm crying.
I would feel hurt myself. But we're not talking about the kids, though. We're talking about the woman.
Damn, brother.
I mean, you taking my scenario and you putting all kinds of shit in there. I'm talking about the woman.
Because you
stop putting shit in his scenario, Hank.
You making it sound like the man was just sitting there crying, but we don't know what he was crying. He didn't go into detail on why he was crying. He just said he was crying over here. It could have been over the whole kids the whole time. He's like, fuck that girl. I don't care about her. I'm upset because I ain't gonna get to see my kids on a regular basis. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But nonetheless, who am I to tell a man how long he should grieve and cry, whatever he was doing? Now, I don't believe in doing it all year. I'm gonna get over my shit and keep it moving. Now, Payne, you out here telling this man just to start fucking these girls. But guess what, Payne? You're gonna be the same one talking about, oh, you men are wrong, just going here just making women hoes and making them baby mamas.
You never heard me say that. I don't believe men make women hoes. But I think they do that on their own.
I believe a man should get past whatever he needs to get past before he moves into another relationship. That's just my opinion.
So we're in agreement.
38 minutes.
I don't believe in carrying my baggage into the next situation.
Okay. We're in 100% agreement.
More than likely, the relationship ain't gonna last. Yeah, if I'm just looking for a shot of ass, then I'm gonna be angry. I'm a fucker. I'm a fucker with an angry dick. But if you're looking for something serious, then you need to get past and get over what you need to get over before you get into a real relationship.
All right, well,
now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to that man. No, I listen to that man. Don't listen to that other man.
You know what? I don't think you said anything. I didn't say get into some kind of real relationship on the rebound chick. I said get over the old past chick. That's what I said. If it's a week or 2 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever it is, I don't see the difference in what you said. I mean, maybe I'm like Biden right now. I'm my cognitive ability is impaired. Okay, I'm sorry, man.
I got what you were saying, Payne.
I get it.
I got what you were saying, Payne.
Thank you, King.
I get it. I mean, y'all around the same age, but I get it.
You really did, but I know you said
that's a fact. Absolutely.
All right, man. Let's change topic.
So Precious. Well, peace to the panel, peace to the chat.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Y'all hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Hit the Cash App, $ Michelle 1500 at the bottom. Share it to your mama now.
Thank you. Big N11 says is a player.
What's up, Big N? There you go.
Thank you so much for being here, guys. Definitely hit that like button, as World Class was saying. Share the stream. We're gonna get into the next video. The next one that I saw was
I had just hopped up for one thing, right? Just one.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't like the like who you like thing. I was gonna type it, I said I hop up in. No. I don't think you should deal with the person that likes you. Y'all name the reason. That reason was fine. The reason, I'll just give the thing I think and where I'm at now in life. I want the right fit, the person that actually fits me, right? And I think the old people did this, right? Because their value system was different. It was about, the requirements was met. I think you should find the right fit, and I think it should be really detailed. Go into as many questions as possible, and find out have your relationship be based off what a relationship is based off, and it's how you guys actually relate, right? And the compatibility may not line up everywhere, but when you're the right fit, the time. So that tells you that I don't have the time to be out here hoeing around. I've really got to spend a lot of time with quality people that really checking a lot of boxes up front. And I think, and I get the like who you like because it feels better. It's free flowing. But I think when you go into a relationship, looking to piece things together that fit, not looking to piece things together that don't fit, to turn square holes into circles, you know what I'm saying, and all that jazz. I think that's a better look. I mean, I've done that, like who like you type of thing, with the girl that's flirty and be in your face. You know, for women, the same thing. Oh, I really like you. I'll go there with you. I want to go out. Like that shit really don't be lasting. It just be cute little stuff in the beginning. But I think when you really take the time out to look for you and another person, and it'd be easier for them to see you, that right fit. And I was saying this on another channel, that I'm gonna shut up. I think when we get with each other, we have the options that we be having with the opposite sex. It's like you're gonna find a relationship is about finding somebody that's cut from the same cloth.
Mhm.
And sometimes you can go get clothes from anywhere. Some people are outlets, and some people are tailors, where they're gonna take the measures and meet the measures for them in your life to fit you. Like the girl that belong to you or the guy that belong to you know exactly how you like your salad, know why you like your salad like that. So not only am I gonna make the salad you like, because the guy at the store can do that, I know why you like it, and I can talk to you about that. So I just think we need to be looking for more tailors, getting the right fit in relationships versus fans, because some of these people be fans and stands and followers and shit like that. You know, in this day and age, we be having that versus somebody that's really for you. You know, that's my thought process.
Thank you for adding that. Thank you so much for adding that, because that's true. You want to find someone who fits you, not someone who only likes you because y'all go to nice places and go out and dress nice and things of that nature. So that's important. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So the next video that I saw was with Esso and two other people. I forget this girl's name, but they're having a conversation and they're talking about the differences of Black women compromising versus white women compromising. And she's saying that white women can compromise with men because they are starting at a place of privilege, whereas Black women don't start at a place of privilege, and so they shouldn't compromise. But I'm gonna let y'all hear her tell and the guy's response. It does go in a couple of directions, so we'll just flow with it.
White women have the privilege of just being more passive aggressive about it.
That's what I was going to say.
Right? There's microaggression, there's passive aggression, but the bottom line is the same. And the compromises that white women are willing to make benefit them. There's no benefit for Black women to be compromising in the framework in which whatever men are bringing to the table are expecting them to compromise.
Why is there benefit for white women but there's no benefit for Black women?
Because the white women that are willing to compromise are either starting from a place of privilege, or the ways in which they're compromising, they're going to get privilege from whatever they're compromising for.
Oh, Jesus.
You think a white woman being nice and a Black woman being nice equally to a Black man, she would still get further? That's
agree.
how I'm absorbing
A white woman is already in a place of privilege. She's already starting ahead.
We're talking about them. We're talking about how they're relating with the other sex. If a white woman comes and is nice to me, and a Black woman is nice to me, she's not getting more privilege. If anything,
the Black
I'm gonna be honest, the Black
tip.
girl is gonna get it.
Yeah.
If anything for me, the Black girl's gonna get it. I'm not coming across sweet Black women. Period. When you sit down and you think about it, they have been few and far in between. Even my wife, I wouldn't categorize her as a sweet Black woman.
Yeah.
And she's caring and she's
Loving,
affectionate.
yes.
But she wants to go get her money. She's gonna talk crazy. She's gonna be out of fucking line. She's gonna lose her fucking mind and all types of shit. And then look at me and be like, yo, like,
so if
this is regular shit because this is regular shit. Let me just finish. Let me just walk the door real quick. Because this is regular shit. And I'm gonna speak to something that you said. I told Heineken, I told my father this. I said, why in our Black community, and this ain't women.
So I'm gonna stop it right here. But so far, what do you guys think about what they're saying? The woman is saying, "Hey, look, there's no benefit for Black women to compromise with men because we're not starting from a place of privilege. Whereas as if a white woman compromises with a man, she benefits from that."
Yeah, this is make believe. This is projection, envy, fear, jealousy. Grass is green on the other side of the fence type of bullshit, and assumption at best. What place of privilege are they speaking from? What pay? When it comes to specifically what the guy was saying, being kind, what the hell does privilege have to do with being kind to the men who penis you come out of that allows you to be pregnant to breathe the air you breathe in? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? It's disrespectful and it's insulting to the intelligence of anybody that care about their brain. It's just dumb stuff for a girl that is already committed to being a dick. And that's how I see that.
Right, because who doesn't benefit from kindness? How do you and even if you don't benefit from that person, you'll benefit from it from being a kind person.
If she associates it to racism and how the upper hand that the white woman has had for so long, what the fuck does that have to do with you not being disrespectful to the men? I don't get that. Like I don't know. And she just kept saying the same thing. They come from a place of privilege. What does that have to do with compromising? First, what the hell are you compromising? You're not talking. She didn't mention money. She didn't have any rebuttal when a young man brought up being nice. So she is talking about that. No, I have to get some false compensation and letting you niggas know, popping your neck, throwing your hand out, that shit y'all do when y'all grab. I'm not kind of. That's what I'm doing. But that's what she's talking about. You're gonna have to make me pay. I mean, you gotta let me make you pay for whatever differences in value that the white girl got versus what I got. Get out their pockets, stay in your pockets. First of all, you life watching somebody else shit, and it's just goofy. It's really disrespectful. I ain't mean to rant, but that's wild. That's crazy.
That Arvane.
Listen, that reminds me of the big fat lady who says racism made me fat. That everybody's. You could tell women who've had too much bad dick. You could tell women who actually are traumatized because they took in too much bad penis. That she's one of them, right? Because I mean, her trauma is based on the men that she's dealt with in the past. Because nobody could come up with a scenario that's stupid unless the energy of many releases are still with you. And guys getting up and never being able to release the isopropyl, whatever the vasopressin to bond with you because you didn't know how to be a right woman to them after the deed was done. So she's just, that's just, there's so many women like her out there. It's sad because you can't come up with a scenario more stupid than that and act like you're serious. So she's been, it's just trauma written all over.
Even the guys.
That's my take. I'll land it there.
Even her posture was masculine.
Wow.
The guys couldn't see where she was coming from.
Hey, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Isn't this amazing? I agree entirely with what you just said. And it shows all over her demeanor that she's traumatized and that she's scorned by whatever past relationship she's been part of. And on top of that, where does white mean privilege? But she's talking about money at that point. And white doesn't equate to money. She's talking about the privileges she's speaking of are people who have money, not people who are white, because all white people don't have money and you don't get the same privilege because you're white. She's talking specifically that she done got done in by Pookie and Ray Ray, and now she's upset about that, and she feels that she won't get done in by somebody who is privileged financially, but nobody privileged financially probably want her because she's not released from the pain that she's speaking from.
Well, let's move on to the point where they say, where Esso says I don't run into many sweet black women,
Yeah.
and they're gonna go further.
Can I
and
respond to that real fast, President?
go ahead.
Well, I just find this funny that now all of a sudden that our pain is worried about the woman trauma and all that. A second ago, you was okay for her being a rebound chick and for that guy to go out and just dig her down and that's how she got the way she got because she was too many rebound chicks.
I didn't
But
say
now
that.
you
You said that. You used the word rebound.
Right.
You just
You
keep
said talking about
mischaracterizing.
need to get up off the ass and go out there and have to work. That's what you said. And that's what you was just pretty.
Dr. Newsom.
She got so many
I
bad
never used the word
relationships.
rebound.
Reason
I
why?
never
Because
used the word rebound.
Precious, he really talked to the whole
you was
group.
listening to you and was just D'ing her down. That's exactly what you did. But let me go on this situation right here.
Thank you.
As far as the privilege she's talking about, brother's gonna compromise to deal with her. A brother's gonna have to compromise to deal with her and her attitude. But she don't feel like you should compromise for the brother. We're gonna have to compromise for each other. In case you didn't know that, you may not be the most well off. You might come to me. You got bad credit. Now I gotta compromise with you to try to help you get your credit in order. If we try to have a real relationship, because I'm looking to buy a home or something, build a family, but I gotta compromise you because now I gotta accept that previous little bastard you got running around your house because you already got a child. I gotta compromise you. I'm coming with no kids. You got one little bastard. So now I gotta compromise if I want to be with you. Come on, man. She need to stop this compromising. White women ain't got that privilege to compromise. Look here, man. We all gotta compromise, regardless of what color, creed, race, or religion. We all got to. It's all about how much you're willing to compromise. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, and exactly what he said is the part that I like to add to as well. I had a public 6-month a relationship with a white lady, and what I found interesting about it is the same people that I was dating or attempting to talk to that didn't show me any interest. Once they saw that I was with her, the worst that they were coming at me with was, oh, I bet she's submissive. Oh, I bet she don't give you no attitude and things like that. And I'm like, to me, her race didn't have anything to do with how her attitude was. I don't like people with attitude in the first place. So it didn't matter if you were black, Hispanic, white, whatever. If you acted a certain way, I was just not attracted to you. But it was interesting that people saw her and just made the assumption that because of her race, that's how she was.
Hmm.
It's a cheap out.
I think those are just women who are just stuck in their ways and don't want to change for the better, and so they use you with a white woman, she must be submissive, she must be coming to your beck and call, and no, she just might be easier to deal with. And why is that so hard to comprehend or understand? Like I said, I'm having these conversations with my sisters, they're in relationships and things like that, and it's like, you gotta chill. You're a little rough around the edges. You can't say what you want and do what you want and think that somebody is going to then care for you in a way that you would like them to care for you. It doesn't work like that, and it definitely don't work like that with men, because men value respect over love even. So these are conversations that we have to have. But when I hear women talk about white women being more submissive and things of that nature, while it may be true, because a lot of things can be true at once, while it may be true, it doesn't negate the fact that black women can't be that way themselves. Black women make it seem like submission or cooperation or open-mindedness, like those things are just foreign concepts that only white women know how to grasp. Like they're the only ones, and then get mad at them when they do. So we as black women need to just realize that you just might be the problem. We're gonna keep on with this video.
This is mad. Every time we disagree, it's an argument. I've seen white people disagree and be like, I'm just not gonna agree with you, Johnny. And I'm not gonna agree, and we're gonna move on. But when black people, women, we always like, yo, you so fucking stupid. And why the fuck you don't see what the fuck is going on? Everything is rooted, and I told my father, I said, this started a long time ago.
Of course it did.
This was learned behavior while I'm watching my sister,
That's
60
why I
years
said the
old.
starting point matters. The starting point matters.
Let's stop right there really quick because they're gonna go back to the root and white people and all that. But he talked about a disagreement between maybe a white family or white coworkers or whatever the case may be, and then a disagreement amongst black people. And so he's like, well, with white folks, it's just like, all right, we can agree to disagree. Let's go have lunch. Okay, because I've seen that happen with my own two eyes. It's like, all right, we're not going to agree with this, but it's shot o'clock. Let's go to the bar. Okay. But with our culture, it's you stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. What you mean? I don't understand. Why don't you see it the way that I see it? Do you guys think that there is a difference there when it comes to disagreeing and being in disagreement with someone that you're talking to? Do you think it is dismissed at a level of we can agree to disagree more in the white community than it is in the black community? Do you think we feel like we have something to prove even though we don't?
Yeah, you saying it all at one time. And like even last time I was up here, I think the solution to 95% of our problems is parenting, which would mean that we got to think about how we were raised and why we think it's okay to tell somebody that they're stupid just because you don't like the answer, right? Or just to hop out and just do that. Now, we'll get to, well, other people do it, Indians do it, Mexicans do it. Doesn't fucking matter. Why do we do it to us? Where did this start with us, right? So I think, you can frequently see we go off the deep end a little bit more than others, right? So that would matter. I think it does matter. I think it's significant to bring in the conversation. Maybe not that particular conversation, how she brought it up, but I think it does matter.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jason, how are you? Welcome to the panel. It's been a while. Good to see your face.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm about to make some coffee in a second. But to go to your point, it's like Game of Thrones. Us as a Black culture, we couldn't win the Game of Thrones because we're programmed to be initially checking shit when disrespect happens, or like when something happens, like we no, you call it out. Whereas I think in the white community, they know to kind of, okay, and then like 3 or 4 months down the line, they plan their fuck over. They know this as a culture, whereas us, we are kind of programmed to argue at an early age, and we don't understand how that manifests as adulthood and once we get into relationships. And to the point of the lady where she was kind of saying that white women have a different place, she's saying something that's correct, meaning that white women have they know how to play the long con, because they're still doing the same thing in the big picture that a lot of Black women are doing. Modern women are still divorcing men, still taking alimony. They're still playing the same game. They're just playing it differently. And that's what she's not understanding. White women know how to play the long con to get the man who they kind of want to build up and build him up to take his resources in the big picture. Whereas in our community, the women don't start off with kindness. They kind of start off with arguing in anger and think that that's what we're supposed to do to step up to. That's why I think a lot of men are still falling for the whole bullshit that women are doing in the big picture with kindness. Kindness is something that I think white women learn how to manipulate in a different way that Black women don't learn. Like Cleopatra almost took over the world with fake kindness. There is toxic femininity where women can use their femininity to coerce you to do some stupid shit or to fall in love with a version of her that she's not really being or wants to be in the big picture.
That's good input. Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, very, very good point. I do think that's true. They do see the longer, the bigger picture, I should say, or long term or in the future. Like, oh, this man is going to be here at this time, so I'm not going to do anything to, mess up my chances of inheriting or having my children go to the best schools or being able to be that leisure wife that a lot of Black women want to be. They are actually playing it safely so they can have those things. And if anything, some Black women need to take a page out of some of the white women's book, because they do that effortlessly, and they will have that man. And I'm not saying manipulate or use or take advantage of, but when it comes to being able to be softer, being able to compromise, being able to look at agreements and say, okay, we can agree to disagree. I mean, if you watch movies, right, you'll always see the white wife that has an issue with her husband, but she's not going to be like the Black wife who going to walk through the door, or as soon as he walks through the door, she in his face. The white wife is going to be like, okay, right.
Think about how Asian women do it. Up front, they're very kind and docile, but I promise you, they turn into tiger moms in the marriage and the big picture. So they start off as a very kind culture to invite the men in to step up and to marry. But once they get the marriage and the kids come, and then they flip too. So all women are kind of flipping. If you find one that's actually the same personality throughout, you found a unicorn.
I think essentially what we're saying, this is how I frame it. I love this movie called Revolver, and that's where I got this from. He said, you only get smarter by playing a smarter opponent. And basically what we asking women to do is be better opponents. Have a little bit more tact, have a little bit more patience, right? Be better opponent. Growth only comes from the bottom. And I think that helps us, because competition is in the same family of words of competence for a reason. And we want to see a little bit more poise and a little bit more tact, because I think that's all we're really saying. We're not exercising enough tact, because I'm thinking about it as Jason was talking. I'm just like, the reason women do that is because of the type of competition we have in our community. And I think we jump on the opportunity pretty quick. We got people watching and they're not patient, but they like, look, dog eat dog type of world. I got to get it. You better get mine. I'm gonna get mine. You better get yours type of deal. And I think if we had, which goes along with it, right? If we were better at competition, if we really looked at it as an opportunity to grow, I think you'll see better results. Where the thing that she's bringing up, the thing that was brought up by I forgot the guy name in a conversation, you will see better tact on, I'll be a little kinder for a little longer, maybe a year or two, maybe a decade, to get the bigger picture or the bigger prize at the end. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with asking that. I need y'all to be better as competitors. That makes us better in the long run. Because taking the short, like, people, all of y'all to know investing, I don't need to mess up my nest egg 2-3 years. I can wait 10, get something bigger down the line. I think that helps us be a little bit more focused. But it does, again, speak to the childhood. Why are we so ready to false compensate? Why are we so ready to eat the whole meal, like eat all the batter out of the damn bowl before we finish the cake? Let the cake, you know what I'm saying? Why are we so quick to do that? Because there's some boy
We're
that
afraid someone's going to take it from us.
That part, exactly. But to put it simple, I'm done.
Hey, can I just say this? What you're saying, you gentlemen, listen, all that shit that chick is saying, I can see if it had merit, because those same black women who are at a deficit, if they got a white man, they're the most docile fucking women in the whole world.
I've seen that.
If they get a white man, that all this shit about being boisterous and all that, it goes right out. That's all, so a lot of black women are just wired to treat black men in a worse way. It's a lot of women like that. So it's, so this whole notion that a white woman is, it's just bullshit. If that lady right there, if the kind of white man thought that she had a zaddy that would take her to Calgonite Street, she'd be the most docile chick in the whole. So I mean, the women are just just full of shit.
But she can only stay docile for so long. Again,
that might be true.
They have the same complaints, because yes, it happens here all the time. Here in Germany, where white guys will date a black woman, and she can play that role for a while because she's so wow, this is great. But then it all reels its head that
She falls off the
trauma,
wagon.
that
Yeah.
those triggerings. He does one thing wrong, and then she thinks, "Oh well, I'll approach this thing that he did wrong," and she'll get into mommy mode and trying to be the manager and check him. And the white guy, oh okay, and then they just cut the cord, and then the woman goes right back to square one.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Unless it's like one of those kind of sponsor things where it's like the black guy. I'm sorry, like the black guy gets like a big fat white woman who's like supporting him and blah blah. Then he plays his role. If the black woman gets like this really upper echelon white guy, then she might play her role. But in most cases, it's actually the black woman giving the nerdy average white guy a chance. A lot of black women don't get that top tier white guy. They end up getting an average white guy, but an average white guy to them is more valuable than an average black man.
Too many of them. That's
That
true.
black
Too many.
wife effect thing going around in social media. The black wife effect, the white
Yeah.
men who transformed after they been with a white woman. I just wanted to thank Harrison Davis. Thank you so much for the $10 cash app. All right, Darwin, thank you so much for joining us. Did you want to add anything before we go on ahead and finish out this video?
No, I guess not. I was gonna ask y'all, what were y'all? Are y'all talking about this topic right here?
Yes, we're actually watching the video, kind of just breaking it down because it's about 3.5 minutes long. So I just, instead of watching it all the way through, we're just breaking it down because it has a couple sections to it.
All right, you can just go ahead and play it. I'll chime in.
Okay. All right, so where are we at here?
The starting point matters. As a black man, you cannot tell me from the day you were born, you have not constantly, every day of your waking, walking life, had to prove how smart you are, how strong you are, how valid you are, how emotionally intelligent you are, how useful you are. Everything about your existence is about proving your manhood. So when you ask a question like, why can't black men ever just disagree? Because there's more at stake than just disagreeing. White people can exist in mediocrity and it's fine. Black men cannot be mediocre. You have to be twice as good to get half as much. And even then, they're still going to take it from you. So with black women, it's the same thing. You have to consider the conditioning that got them there. Ask any black woman that you don't think is sweet how many times they've ever been approached sweetly. And that'll give you the answer as to why they're not sweet.
Okay, but I'm gonna give you the other side.
Because I don't know any, if I'm honest, I don't know any black men that are ever warm and soft upon entry, that treat a woman with delicacy.
You don't think upon entry? I think upon entry they would, but as it goes along,
it turns up, Bridget. You know.
She's being so disingenuous because she knows that shit doesn't work.
And just, I'm not going to. So I'm not going to be sweet to someone so they can be sweet back to me. I am sweet to people because that's just the person that I am. So she is pretty much saying she is not that person.
Amen.
She is pretty much saying black women are not these people. And then she goes, well, you know, when is a time a black man has come up to you soft or docile and things of that nature? Those are characteristics or behaviors that a man probably would show towards, I would think, you know, his daughter. And I'm not saying that black men shouldn't be respectful to women when they first meet them and things of that nature. But the way that she's describing a man being towards women, it's almost like she's saying that men are monsters towards women, as opposed to being respectful, you know, stand-up citizens. And it's the contrast that she's given it that makes it seem very disingenuous to me, because it's like, are you being nice and respectful and sweet to people so they can give it back to you, or are you doing that to get something in return, or is it just who you are?
I think those are the interactions she's having personally. And she's trying to align that with the mass of black men. Paint us all with a paintbrush. Typically, that's what people do. They use their own test case, their own experiments and experiences, and they apply it to all of us and just say, oh, the white man is different. Once they run into a white man, it treats them different. So I think somebody on the panel stated that she was projecting from her experiences. And you can't really argue with that. Only thing those guys on the panel can do, or in that interview can do, is, give them their own anecdotal experiences or situations where they saw otherwise. Because I think at this point, trying to persuade this woman that black man is not like that, she's lost and she's pretty much sold on the fact that there's no black man that exists with the same behaviors that she's experiencing with white man. And that's unfortunate, but all we can do is let them be. You know what I'm saying? We can let them be. But according to the topic at the bottom, I mean, if we're talking about a man being a provider or a protector or anything like that, typical stuff that a man's supposed to be in a relationship. If we're talking about women compromising and taking a lifestyle that they don't desire when they can actually go and work and build a career and provide that lifestyle they want, I would say that that's true. It isn't beneficial for her, especially if the man wants her to be cooperative and submissive. And I've beaten this dog before. If a man wants a woman to sit down and let him lead, but she desires a specific outcome and he can't get, then yeah, she's going to have to compromise. And a lot of women are not willing to do that because now they have the opportunity to create their own lifestyle. So this is what you get. It's all about the outcomes you want. And if the risk of going after this outcome means that you'll be alone, and if they're okay with that, then who are we to say that they shouldn't go for it? Who are we to say that they're delusional or they got unrealistic expectations? There's a lot of women right now that I know right now that don't have a man and they're pushing 45. And as long as they can continue to live that way in the lifestyle they want, and if there's no man that can present a lifestyle that matches it or better, they're willing to die alone.
But the way that word is, the way that's it's worded, right? I wouldn't ask a woman to compromise for a man at that level. I mean, why can't you have the career you want and a man you want at the same time? You just have to look harder for him. So why would you be compromising to get what you want just because you have a man? That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that. Should be the metric. If you have a man that you have to compromise the lifestyle you're with, then you're with the wrong dude.
That's a fact. I just don't. I despise the concept of compromising a relationship. It's called a relationship. You're supposed to relate. All right, granted, you come out. I came out my mom. You came out your mom. We're gonna have some differences, but when it comes to us, right? There's one thing. As it relates to how we handle the business and relationship, it's not compromising. It's adjusting and corresponding with needs. That's going to change of things that's not in our power anyway. We're not writing the laws, making the laws. We just adapting. So I just despise it. I think it's really because people put it in a place where it shouldn't be. Put it as like the standard when it's like more of an extreme. It's like I don't want to say tragedy. It's something that shouldn't be happening that often. If you with somebody you relate with, that goes back to what I said about finding the right fit versus somebody just gonna say, "Yeah, I'll give you what you want. Yeah, I like you." That's just my thought process.
Yeah, but a lot of times when you ask a woman what kind of who's the man she wants to marry, she's going to end up describing the man she's actually looking forward to divorcing. I don't think that we're actually thinking of the big picture, which is how do we end up growing old with each other, and that's where the niceness comes in. Like I'm supposed to be 90 years old with you, clipping your toenails and you popping my little warts on the back. But do we already hate each other by the time that we get to that age? And more than likely, especially in our culture, yes, because we've had so much animosity towards each other in the relationship. And many guys are just asking like, hey, just chill, just relax. And women have this, when you ask a woman sometimes who she's masturbating to, like if you ask a guy, they can give you a name of a woman, like, oh, this superstar, this so-and-so, that's who I'm fantasizing about. When you ask a woman who she's fantasizing about when she's playing with her little vibrator, it's some shadow man that doesn't exist. And that's what a lot of women are kind of falling for. They have this dream surprise man who is supposed. This is the man supposed to. And I'm like, who is that man in real life? Is it your father? Is it your who have you seen in real life who exudes these traits that you're saying that men have to be? Because in reality, it's probably just Jesus that they're hearing from the church. That's the shadow man.
I disagree, and I think you answered it when you said father. And for the record, I haven't had a conversation asking a woman what she get off to. Never really interested me to know.
You should ask.
I will say
you should know who your woman is fantasizing about when you're not there.
I assumed.
Darwin, are you going to
assume it was me? I assumed
It's
it was
not
me,
you, sir.
and she never gave me any indication that that question needed to be asked. So, shout out to my
Women
wife
do not
for being able
fantasize
to
about the
maintain.
man they're already with when it's time for. Or we can.
Shout out to my wife for being able to maintain a strong enough connection to persuade me that I'm the only one that she's fantasizing about. A lot of women probably can't do that, but I would say that my wife is able to do that to prevent me from having those thoughts in my mind where I even have to fix my mouth to say that.
Yeah.
But things are going smooth on this end. But what I will say is this: if a woman like my wife, I'm gonna just use my own situation. I met my wife, and her father is a provider. He takes care of his entire household. That's what she wants. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, look, if I tell her, oh, well, you just need to help me pay bills because of the economy, that's what society said. And I need to just bow what everybody else doing and do what society says I got to do based on inflation and all that stuff. I didn't do that because I knew that she was going to have to compromise and didn't know whether she would or not. And I know for a fact her father gave her, principle and a legacy that, hey, look, you should choose a man sort of like myself who can take care of you and be able to take care of your household. So I stepped my game up, and I got my degree, got my certifications, and I leveled my salary up so that I can be able to take care of them. So if a woman comes from that, and that's what she wants, it's not a guy in the shadows. It's not Jesus. That's just what she wants. It doesn't necessarily got to be her father. It can be a friend that's married, and their dynamics is like that. And it gives her inspiration. And she finds favor in that. Who are we to say that she's delusional for one man? You got to understand, life is about outcomes. If that is the outcome she wants, then she should go after it. But she's not off the hook. She got to go and do the work. She got to go and do the work to justify that, hey, look, I actually have enough value to qualify for this type of dynamic. A lot of women don't qualify for it. My woman put herself in a situation where she could justify the demand she wanted for the lifestyle she wanted. And I believe men, on the other end, can do the same. If I'm a provider, if I'm going to be paying for all the fucking bills, you better be doing X, Y, and Z while I'm at work. You better be cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids and all these other things, developing skills so one day once I retire and I go into our own business, you'll have the skills to work alongside me. So I won't be the only one bringing in resources or driving, the thing or whatever that makes the relationship go forward.
Would it be fair to say that if your woman truly loves you, then she'll make providing for her an easy chore and she'll start looking into minimalism because she loves you? She actually wants you to be working less because she wants your stress level low. She doesn't want you out the house kicking your ass to provide for a lifestyle. She actually wants you to be a happy and content and an easygoing man. If a woman loves you, would you say that that's a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment if and only the conversation I brought to her is about, hey, look, it's hard being able to go out here and fucking work and pay for everything. It's kicking
They
my
should
ass.
know that. That's logical.
Yeah, but
so if that's
you can't go off
the
of what,
case.
that's where we kind of dismiss effective communication when we start leaning on what a person should know instead of just stating it so they can have an understanding.
Sir, women are not stupid. They love the lifestyle, not the man. They don't care about so much trying to get to be old with the man, which has to be the goal. And that's what we as men need to start understanding, that we need to start asking those sort of questions.
Some women are stupid and you have to communicate these things to them.
No. I didn't say they are stupid. I say it's a lot of times how white people will play dumb when you're trying to bring up something that's maybe racist happening or something that's really happening. You're like, how this is so clear, and they just play naive. Women have kind of learned to do that same trick where they play dumb and make you over explain something that's ridiculously logical.
Well, but if you want to eliminate any nuances or any chances of, or someone making up an excuse that, oh, you didn't tell me that, you eliminate it. You covering your ass by communicating effectively instead of leaning on what a person should know. I'm saying, hey, look, this is some things that I'm going through. This work, this stress is on me. Can you kind of lean off of spending so much so that I don't have to earn as much to compensate for the expenses? These things need to be communicated, because there's guys in this situation that are breaking their ass at work and paying for all this stuff, and she's spending, and he says nothing, so she thinks it's okay. You have to speak up. You have to communicate these things.
I can agree. I can agree with what you're saying, because communication is a key. We just finished sitting. We have a issue often amongst our community to argue semantics. So logical is subjective to who you're speaking to. What you think is logical, like for example, earlier in the conversation, someone said that they don't like the word compromise. Well, compromise can be synonymous with consideration. It could be synonymous with a couple of other words that were said. That person just doesn't like the word compromise. And if that person doesn't like the word compromise, we're arguing over semantics. Because technically, if you're negotiating, if you're trying to figure out, you're compromising. So we could say it however you like it, or however you don't like it. We can agree to not say it that way. But the point is, we often argue semantics, which is really illogical in our community, but we think that everything is so logical.
I would also argue that leaning on whether a person should know is more of a feminine trait as well. I can't tell you how many relationships I've been with a woman and she said, oh, you should know that. A real man would know how to touch me, how to do it. Every woman ain't got the same spot and all this other stuff. You got to talk to me. That's really a very immature way to communicate. You got to be transparent. No shade to you, Jason, but I think at this time and point in 2024, transparency is the way to go. I mean, people are so straightforward with what they want, especially with sexual liberation and all these other things. People coming out of the club. There's no better time to be straightforward with what you actually want and the outcomes you want out of a relationship. I tell guys all the time, if you just want some ass, just tell them, hey, look, I want to take you out, show you a good time. You can go to the hotel, you know, rocking, knocking the boots, whatever. You'd be surprised how many women would be down with it. Before, it'd probably been a impolite way to approach whether you wanted it or not. You had to be more of a finesser. Nowadays, women are throwing that ass at you. You could just say, hey, look, you want, I was just in a fucking club. One of my buddies' retirement ceremonies down in Virginia Beach. One of my homeboys walked up and girl and said, hey, look, you trying to get out of here? I want to smash. I mean, want to fuck you all night. She said, me too. And they left. And I was shocked because I've been married for almost 10 years. I've been out of the game. But I'm seeing what's happening. I'm like, damn. Just speak your mind, bro. And things are happening, bro.
Does that also apply for the average man?
Wasn't the liquid courage wasn't fun? Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been it, but that's just how it is.
How tall was your friend?
What does average man got to do with it?
Because a lot of times in these kinds of conversations, we always forget about the average guy, and we always forget about the man that might even be below average. What is the man who's below average in looks, below average in intelligence, below average in dick size, below average in all these things? Does he not have a right to have a woman who cares for him towards this end of his life too, or just because he didn't win that genetic lottery, he doesn't get to get that, or he has to work harder to get that? He has to pay more money to get that.
Nobody has a right to it.
Jason, I get what you're saying, but the answer might be no, man.
Yeah, nobody has a right to it.
Okay, so okay, you're absolutely right. No one's entitled to anything, but that's where a lot of men are having the complaints, because they understand that these tiers are, okay, wait a minute, why do I have to do all this where this other guy doesn't have to do anything to get this sort of niceness from women, to get this
He did work. It's no such thing as
No.
that man not
Most of
doing
the time,
anything.
it's not about work. A lot of times, it's who's born with the genetic lottery winner.
Well,
If you have the reputation around town that you fuck
okay,
good,
so
because
here's the thing, Jason. If you're not born with the genetic lottery, then you have to compensate. So I had a conversation with a guy that was a charming guy. He was tall, had a six-pack, athletic. The other guy was short, chubby, dark, shady beard. He had to compensate. You know what he did? He went and got extra money. Now he had to wear labels. So he able to get the same women, but he had to wear Gucci. He had to wear a chain. The game is the game.
So he has to build his facade up.
Yes,
which
that's
he has to build. But
I didn't
see,
make
that's
the
thing. The
rules.
facade is not who you are. So then now you're basing a relationship on a facade, and you're
That's
bringing
the
in a light.
rules. That's the
Because-
game.
no, that's not the rule.
You can't cheat the
that's
game.
because there's a lot of people
Jason,
who are
Then that
superficial.
relationship's not going to last to him being 80 because that facade
It
is going
can
to break
last as
down.
long as you maintain
No, you
the
can't.
Can I say this real quick,
Facades
Jason?
always die, sir.
Can I say this
And
real quick,
hence,
Jason?
and hence, that's why you have a lot of divorces, because there's a lot of superficial people, and we're not being hot, as Precious will say, is honest, open, and transparent. So those who don't compensate in physical attributes, often who are getting laid, because they have confidence. And that confidence exceeds any physical attribute, because you have a lot of people who have physical attributes, six packs tall and all that, but don't really have any substance to them, and they lose as well. So a pretty boy might be able to attract her, but he won't be able to sustain her. And a
Retain.
person who, what was that?
You're right. Retention.
Retain. Absolutely. So it really doesn't to both of your points. It really depends on who the person is that you're trying to attract and what they're attracted to. And if they're attracted to superficialness, then you need superficial stuff to attract them. And if you don't want them, then you might not get the person who is physically appealing to you, but has every other attribute. So you got to make the choice on what you want and decide on how to go get it and go get it.
Hey, Jason, can I just say? Let me just say this real quick. What you described, Jason, has been going on with men since the beginning of time. I mean, it's not an equal playing field, right? If the guy was the chief in a tribe or something, he was getting laid. You know what? A movie I tell people to go watch, A Quest for Fire. There's a pecking order in that. You know, that the head dude that was on the quest, he was getting laid. The other guys had to watch. So all I'm just trying to say is that even today, there's going to be guys who are select men and guys who are non-select men. The non-select men, like myself, back in the day before I got married, I had to work a little harder to get laid. That's just as simple as that. But one of the things I never did was lie. So I didn't have quantity.
I don't think it's worth it for your. I don't think it's worth it to.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Mhm.
I'll finish on it. What I'm saying is that's the same dynamic no matter what age you're in. There's going to be some guys who are select, some guys who are in the middle, and some guys who have to just go through it. They say 30% of men are not getting laid from 18 to 30. They're not. Some of it is their fault. Some of it is maybe just they're invisible to women. That's because even a 3 woman thinks she can get a 10 man. Because they play with them. They play with their chicks. I have a bad night. You'll do tonight. And so they think that from now on they got to have an upper echelon man, which is not real. Anyway, so I'll land it there. So
Jason, I'm with you on that. I think that aspect of, but Darwin has a point as well. The aspect of this guy got to compensate with labels and shit. That's lame, right? And it doesn't work. At the same time, though, you said that's not him. In a sense, it is him because he had to adapt to the times, which is what Darwin is talking about. He has also worked hard to achieve a goal, which he can pass to his children through epigenetics. So part of that may not be him yet. He may be able to pass that on. You know what I'm saying? It may be corny, like from the surface level, but that is an aspect of, you know what? I can't keep up with these guys. These guys are taller, more attractive. They got more charisma, etc. But I can work my goddamn ass off, and I can get to that point. And just doing that, like I said, if it don't be him, it'll be in his children, or that'll be a lifestyle. So it's a part of that works. And that's because it's like, even when you look at sports, everybody ain't LeBron, but you got a lot of guys that got, like a Robert Horry got more rings. You know what I mean? He had to find his way through. the to get the glory that's available. So I mean, it's I don't want to say hit or miss, but there's aspects of it that it's not fair for nobody. You got guys that are born with genes and just somehow don't ever get the opportunity. We know for a fact Michael Jordan not the greatest person to ever breathe air to play the game. A lot of them guys may have died in the 80s, and in New York somewhere in the crack house. We don't know. We just it's not a given. You know what I mean? It's just everybody got to earn it. Even the gifted guys got to earn it. You still got to put it in. You still got to be able to go to the club, not get shot that night, not get robbed that night, not get out flashed that night. So we still all got to earn it. It's just at varying degrees.
But look, Jason, most importantly, from what I said, just so you don't get the wrong understanding, just have a man being attractive, a woman being attractive, or whatever, having that competitive edge, that is only going to get you to one phase of the outcome. Now, if the outcome is to have sex, then obviously the guys that's able to skip the line are going to win. And when I say skip the line, you ever been in a club and the line was wrapped around a building and it took maybe 30, 40 minutes to get in the door? You would pay the little $20, $30 to skip the line. That's all attraction is. All attraction, all that genetics, it just helps you skip the line and get access to what you want first. And it's the same thing with women. Women being more beautiful just helps them skip the line. You still got to go and retain them for a relationship, because we're not keeping score on getting interactions. We're keeping score on who's getting married, who's able to build a family, who's able to pass down a legacy and inheritance. That's how we keep score. You can be
Wait, we're keeping score on marriages, because I'm telling you, women have midlife crises, and marriages when they hit that level on a global scale are perishing. So it's the score can't be who's getting the marriage. The score has to be who's made it to 25 years in the marriage, because that's where I think as a culture we're falling off.
Marriage is because that's, from my understanding and the work I do, that's the outcome people want. So I base everything off of the outcome that you want. If that
men don't, the outcome is not, has to be way past marriage. That's my point.
Well, see,
the outcome has to be, how do we get to be 80 and 90 years old together?
Okay, so nobody can quantify or create a method for that. That's a day-to-day basis. That's a day-to-day challenge that you and the person have to work through every day. Me and my wife, we can't sit here and say we're promised to make it to 90. We have to try to make it. We can't, because
why can't you say that we promise to make it together no matter what happens? We're going to stay together no matter what.
We physically and biologically, spiritually don't have the capacity to be able to see that far and act that far ahead. All we can do is work every day. Every day.
Yes, you can. She can say, I don't care about how much, if anything happens in this lifestyle falls apart, no matter what, I'm with you.
She can tell you.
Yes, that can be a conversation. Yes, that can be.
That don't hold any weight. It's what you do it's the action that you put forward. And that only exists in real time. You can't think at 80. You don't even know if you're going to live to be 70 or 60 or 50. You can't promise any of those days. All I can do is promise you that at this very minute, at this very day, I'm going to show up and do what I'm supposed to do. And I'm going to plan on doing that tomorrow. But
and what is that? And what is that?
If certain things
daily thing. Okay.
If certain things transpire, that may not be true.
Then that's not a real love, sir. I'm sorry, it's not. Then that's a relationship built on, as long as you're doing the things that I say that I think that I want you to be doing, then I'll be with you. That is a transactional relationship. A real love would be no matter.
Hold on. If I tell my wife,
I think you said your real love in your wedding vows.
Listen, I told my wife that I'm gonna be with her the rest of my life. But that doesn't mean if she go out here and suck someone else's pipe, that I'm gonna still be here.
Why not?
You saying that's not real love?
So I'm about to answer your question. In your wedding vows, you said you asked me a question. Okay, go ahead.
When you blaspheme, when you sin unwillingly with the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for you. Even God, who made love himself, would take away your salvation. So you telling me that I can't do the same with my wife when we're supposed to act in God's way? He even got scripture saying you could walk away from your marriage if this woman commits sexual immorality. I could say all day at the altar that I'm gonna be with my wife for life, but there's certain things there's certain lines that this woman crossed. I'm out.
No, in the wedding vows, it says through sickness, it says like no matter what, we're going to get to be old together. That's what people have been saying in their marriage vows all, and now all of a sudden it's but if you go and have sex with another man, then I can leave. Well, wait a minute,
Jason, because again, Jason, are you married? You're not married, are you?
No, I'm not married.
Can't be married.
But let's end this. Listen, I've been married for a long time, okay? And the truth of the matter is, infidelity is the one thing that even God will grant you a divorce with. It's in the Bible.
On both sides?
Yeah. Yes.
Sir. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, infidelity is one of the things that you could walk away from your marriage with.
So Jason, if you walked into your wife and she was sucking the talk off somebody, you wouldn't divorce her?
Oh, wait. Is this the person that I want to get to be 90 years old with? Wait.
You said through death do you part. And then 5 years later, you walked in, she was sucking her boss's dick.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna is it still death do you part?
Yes.
No, man, you can't. No, man. No.
Because again, it's supposed to be spirit. When I die, do I want to have my soul intertwined with my wife in heaven? Do I, or am I thinking that cosmic, or is it one of those things where it's like, well, no, because that's a superficial relationship.
No, it's not, man.
Do you honestly think that women since the beginning of time have held those types of values? Do you not think that women have had side liaisons and still made it to be 80 years old with our pawpaws? Absolutely, they did. Just like our pawpaws were cheating on their women, but they knew the bigger picture was we want to get old together.
You're conflating some things, though. You're conflating a few things.
What am I conflating?
You're conflating the fact that
no. My focus is still no matter what. I love this person, and she says so. Our goal is to get to be old together, no matter what. Now, sex happens, if financial things fall apart, none of that should matter. We should be able to adapt to be able to say, well, how do we get to be old together, no matter what? If she goes off and she's sucking her boss's dick, is that inherently ruining us being able to be old together? Because she sucked a dick? Did that change her personality? Because I saw something that I didn't want to see?
Of course.
Or is it because my pride and my ego is hurt now because she wanted another man sexually, which is a logical, biological thing anyway? We all want to have sex with different people.
Yes.
I don't care how much you're in love. I don't care how much you think that your wife is fantasizing about you. She is fantasizing about other people as well. And things happen.
Somebody else say something, my man. Just for a second, okay? All right, because I hear where you're coming from. And if that's your compromise, listen, I've been together with my wife for 37 years. I only got one goddamn thing for her. That here's where it comes in. If she's ever had an affair, right? This is what I told. We had this conversation. Don't ever let me find out. Take that shit to your grave. So that covers what you're saying. Because what the fuck you talking about? Of course, why? I want to know that.
See, why you're asking for a lot?
Why would I want to know that?
Listen, wait. You're asking for a lot. That means your relationship is not. So that means when you die and she passes away, and you find out at the end of your gates, then are you going to divorce her in heaven?
No, I'm gonna find out. You think I'm gonna be worrying about if I'm dead? You think I'm gonna be worrying about that?
You don't think? Okay, let's say when you both have passed away and you meet each other in heaven and you get to see all the things that she did. What are you going to do then? Are you going to divorce her in heaven?
If we're both in heaven, all our earthly things won't matter.
Yeah, your whole mind.
None of that stuff will matter.
Anything evil.
If it doesn't matter, okay. So if it doesn't matter, then why does it matter so much on earth now?
Listen, because if I knew that she was sucking another man's Johnson, she don't need me. She ain't my wife no more. She belongs to that guy. This and that. Listen, let me tell you, I don't understand the compromise that you're willing to make. Yes, really.
Wait a minute. Okay, so
yes, really. You know why?
let's
Because
look at
if
this.
you're
Let's look at this because
let's look at
men's
this.
sexual libido drops off at, let's say, 55 or 60, unless you're trying to take a bunch of Viagra pills to give yourself a heart attack. So men's libido drops at
Depends
that
on what
age.
kind
Where
of
women,
depends on what
give me
kind
a
of
second.
shape
I
you're
promise
in.
I'm quick. I'll make this quick. Women's sexual libido increases after they get to menopause. So because she loves you so much, she's supposed to negate her sexual desires and ignore that part of her now because you can't keep up, sir.
You're
No,
making
no.
a couple of assumptions.
So
One,
no,
wait,
that's
one,
how we
you're
even start
making,
thinking about relationships and being realistic.
You're making a
The
couple
goal
of.
has to be, I don't care if you have sex
Well,
with
yeah,
another person.
I thought
We're gonna grow old to be together.
good luck.
That's what marriage is supposed to be.
Good luck in your relationship finding that. So then you could just go ahead and marry a 304 then. That's nice to you. Go marry a whore. That's nice to you. That's what you're telling me. You could marry a woman that's a whore as long as you relate to each other. And she says, yeah, you know what? I'll milk this shit dry until we die. But she could go out every so often and have sex with somebody else. It's crazy. Maybe that's, I hear you. If that's the kind of life you want,
normal
that
is not
doesn't make any
working.
sense.
So maybe we need to start thinking crazy because the standards that we have for what relationships need to be are not reaching the end.
You've been talking a lot. You ain't let nobody say anything. If you want to be in a polyamorous or some kind of relationship, that's cool. If that's what you're talking about. Most of us, if I'm gonna spend time cleaving to one woman, I would expect her to cleave to me the same way. If I'm
I don't think anyone should be cleaved. I don't think women should be held.
Why don't you lead with that? Why don't you just lead with that? You don't believe in monogamous relationships. If that's true,
you don't have any deal breakers, brother.
Yes, you're not kind to my children. Your spirit, you are cantankerous. Things like that. Yeah, those are deal breakers.
What is cantankerous? I'm sorry, I haven't used that word.
Cantankerous means easily offended, easily put off.
So she can suck her boss's dick, but she can't be easily offended.
Yeah, because I can deal with that in the big picture. That is somebody someone with the wrong attitude towards me and being like that I have a problem with that. But if she goes and sucks someone's fucking dick, I don't care. Because again, that doesn't affect the big picture of us getting old together.
So you actually think a woman is gonna die old with you if she can go and suck her boss's dick? You don't think she's gonna be making her exit soon?
Make her exit to what?
I'm telling you,
the boss doesn't want her. The boss wants to rent her or borrow. The boss wants to rent her or borrow her, so she doesn't have the exit to go to the boss unless if she wants to go be with him, then go be with him. But as far as what you give to me, if it's something that's keeping me happy, it makes my children happy and all of that.
Okay,
then what you do sexually doesn't move me.
Would you still kiss her?
Yes.
Yeah, tug all down the throat, man.
Oh my God.
It would be the exact look. It'd be the exact same thing as if I, as a man, went out and had sex with another woman. But I still love my wife. I still love what she's done for me. I still love her attitude. But man, I just wanted to have sex with another woman.
But you'll be boning other women too.
You don't think that women have the same kind of desires?
So Jason, you'll be having sex.
You don't think that women have the same sort of desire?
No, we're not saying. I'm asking you. Will you be out having sex with other women too? When you're married?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I understand where you're coming from now. Women, what we're talking about is not the woman's desire. We're not belittling a woman's desire. I tell people all the time, my wife has never stopped being a woman just because she's married to me. Right. So there's a certain amount of reciprocity that I have to give her. Right. So at least I make sure that the shit works when it needs to. Right. So that's what I'm talking about.
You at least make sure your shit works when it needs to.
Yeah. So when she's in the mood, I can perform.
You gonna have honey
So
pack?
here's another thing though, Jason. I hear where you're coming from now, and so I have a better understanding. So I'm not so much against what you're saying. You want a different kind of relationship, even if you stay with that person for the rest of your life.
I just think that that's supposed to be the end goal. Is how no matter what, we are going to be old together. And I think that's what's happening in our society now, is that we're so ready to. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
If your son came to you and he said, Dad, you know, crying with tears, Dad, caught my wife in bed with my cousin.
Okay.
And I found out she's pregnant. The child is not mine, it's his. Do you tell that man? Do you tell your son to grow old with that woman?
No, because she has a child with somebody else.
Okay, so that's okay. So the deal breaker is her getting pregnant with someone else.
Okay.
What if, okay, so what if there is no child?
Wait, does he already have children with her?
No, let's just say no.
Okay, well then no. Then he needs to walk away. He has no children. He has no everlasting soul tie with that woman. Her now tie in the big picture is with the man that she had a baby with.
Okay, so if she had children, you would tell him to stay old with that woman and die.
If she's a good mother, if she's the right kind of woman for him, but she got pregnant from somebody else,
she's not. Obviously, she's not the right woman.
Give me a second. Then it has to be considered. It has to be.
You don't think
again, he's in a situation where he's. Is his goal to be seeing his kids every day? Is his goal to be?
This woman is not a good woman if she's sleeping.
Okay,
with
then
his
fine.
relative.
Then I would tell him that he needs to maybe stick it out, because he's already in a situation where he's seeing his kids on a daily basis versus him breaking up for his pride, and now all of a sudden he doesn't see his children. Now he's not in his kids' lives the way that he needs to be. So maybe he needs to let his pride go so he can raise his children on a daily basis
and raise the other man's kid too.
Oh my God!
If that's what has to happen, then yes, because she already has kids with. If he breaks up with him, does that mean he's going to get equal time with his kids and it's not going to be any issues?
Sure.
Bullshit, sir.
Adultery? Oh man, they use that in court.
No, sir, they really don't.
Yeah, they do, bro.
No, if a woman cheats in the divorce, that means, well, you sir, now you don't have to. The kids go with you.
No, but they still have to go through.
Then that's what I'm talking about.
That doesn't mean that he doesn't get 50-50 custody.
The goal should not be 50-50 custody. The goal should be you raising your kids and seeing them on a daily basis.
You can.
How can you do that when a divorce happens?
You get 50-50 custody.
I said a daily basis, sir.
Okay, so whose standard is who's making the rule that you have to see them on a daily basis after divorce when you have 50-50 custody? The only way you can do that if you have 100% custody.
The goal as a father should be that you see your kids and you're imparting wisdom on a daily.
Okay, that's the goal. But the goal. Do you understand that the goal is not? The goal doesn't even make sense when you have a divorce, right?
What is the goal? Is the goal for you to raise your kids and see them every single day?
So let me ask you this.
If that's your goal as a father,
I gotta see where
then
you're
having sex jeopardizes that goal, correct?
If I'm in a race, if I'm in a race and the goal is to run the race and finish running, but both of my legs are broke, does it even matter that I should be running anymore? I should just crawl, right?
Yes, if that's your goal.
Or the goal
if your overall goal is to finish the race, then yeah, you should crawl.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the crawl is the 50% custody.
No, the crawl would be.
The goal is to finish the race on my legs, but I don't have any legs.
Oh my God.
You gotta go.
Okay. So you think 50-50 custody in America is an applicable thing that happens where if a woman cheats, well then damn it, here's your punishment, woman. Now the father gets 50-50 custody. You think that normally happens?
I wouldn't say that's the punishment. That's just justified. That's justice.
Well, then that justice doesn't happen for a majority of men, sir.
No, it doesn't.
I didn't say it did. I'm not arguing. Listen, my argument
as a if my son, then I'll go back to your original point. If my son has children with this woman and she got pregnant by my son's cousin, and I speak to my son and I say, "Do you want to be raising and seeing your kids on a daily basis?" If his answer is yes, then he has to forgive it.
No, so you're lowering your standards and your principle based on what the law says.
I'm not lowering my standards or principles. I'm looking at the bigger picture, which is, again, if you want to be a father to your children and be seeing them every single day, then you have to let the woman. There is nothing you can do that's going to make me angry where I want a divorce.
Full custody, unless you get full custody.
How are you going to get full custody from a woman because she cheated? That doesn't
And so
happen.
men, well, hold on now. Men get full custody all the time.
No, men do not get full custody all the time. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
men do get full
For a
custody.
woman
Not the
cheating?
majority, not the
Sir,
majority.
the
full-
courts will
wait a minute,
the
hold
courts
on.
do
Let
not
me finish.
punish
There's
a
no
woman
full-
for cheating
Well,
by
hold on.
taking her
There's no
children
full-
away from her.
Wait a minute,
That's
man.
not a reality anywhere in any country, damn near.
Men do have full custody of their kids. You know that, right? It's a no-fault divorce.
Yes, there are some men, but it's usually for different reasons. For a woman being the wrong mother or her having kind of drug issues. But for a woman cheating, a woman does not lose custody of her children. Give me an example where that's happened.
Well, hold on for a second, because nobody can say anything.
Give
while
me an
you're talking.
example where that happens,
gotta be
where a
quiet
woman
for a second.
cheated and the judge punishes
Hold on.
her.
That's not his
No,
argument, Jay.
in no-fault divorce, it doesn't matter what she did, but men still end up with their kids. So that has to be one of the things too. That it's not, you don't bring that to the court. You just say why the kids are better off than with you.
Why?
You know, it don't
why?
have to be because she's
So
cheated. It
wait,
doesn't have to
because
be
wait,
because
because
so
wait,
men
wait,
do
wait,
get custody of
because
their
she
kids.
cheated, now she's not a good mother. If a man cheats on his wife, does that mean he's not a good father?
Okay, can do men ever get full custody of their kids? It's only because the women ain't no good. That's a good. That's a
for
good
full
point.
custody. Yes, the woman
It
has to
depends
be
on the
damn
age
near
of
a
the kids.
demon for the courts to give the man full custody.
Yeah. Okay. So part of them being a demon is what? Just a drug, being on drugs.
Being on drugs, being a lot of, but it sure as
Being
hell
on
isn't just
drugs,
because she
being
cheated on
on
you.
drugs. Wait, hold on now. Being on drugs, being in the street, right? Because if you're on drugs, you're doing blowies in the back
jeopardizing
of the
the
thing, right?
health of the children.
Okay, because you're blowing people in the back of the goddamn bus. All right. So the whole point is that there's all kinds of reasons for guys to get the custody of their kids, and maybe just cheating alone might not be the only thing, but you can't say it's never because of that. So
I never said never. I'm saying that it. Wait. I will say never. Look, on the basis of a woman cheating,
I agree
a man
with you
will
that
never
women
get
usually
full
get-
custody because of that.
I agree,
for that
I hear
alone.
you. I agree with you that women win most of the time, and I also agree that if you
No,
have to make
that's
a
not what I
compromise-
said. I said on the basis of cheating,
Okay,
the
on
courts
the
will
base-
never
okay.
punish a woman by
Alright.
taking her children away because she cheated on a man.
Take a win, all right? The fact that I'm saying is the one thing you also said that I agree with, that if you have to get into the situation with your woman and you're going to lose seeing your kids every day, you got a decision to make. I agree with you on that because I wanted to see my kids every day. So I don't know if I leave the house, but I know I would never forget I just don't think that I'm glad that I didn't have to face that situation because I would want to see my kids every day. Every day. But I wouldn't accept her having another man's baby in my house. I'd find a way to get rid of her. Like in terms of her going with that guy and living with him. And I'll just keep the kids.
Listen,
I'll
I
make
don't condone domestic violence. I don't think that's safe for any man.
I didn't say that. When I say get rid of her, I say for her to go ahead and put that.
You're gonna have to keep living in the house with a woman who had a kid with a relative of yours until you're 90. It just doesn't even make any sense on a
It doesn't
mental.
matter. You've been when the kid's 18, he's going anyway, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't put that on any man. That's a powerful man that's being able to endure that mentally without losing it.
Unfortunately, a lot of men
I think,
have.
unfortunately, a lot of our grandfathers and pawpaws did do that.
Yeah, a lot of men
I think
have.
I think a lot of them did raise kids that weren't theirs, and they knew it. But again, they had the goal to get old with that woman, no matter what. I think that happened a lot of times in our past, but we don't really think about it.
Yeah, it definitely happened. All right. That was great conversation. Thank you. Darnell, thank you so much for the Cash App. Excuse me, as well as Sean. Thank you so much for contributing. I appreciate you guys. All right, so we're gonna get to the last topic of the evening. Then we're gonna get up here. Jason, I'm actually glad that you're up here because you commented on this video on Facebook and you brought up some good questions actually, and you kept it kind of on the parent-child level, which was great because that transfers, when you get older. But I want you guys to watch the video to see what I'm talking about. And tonight's live is called Let Her Be Ugly. Ugly standing for usually good looking yield. So I'm going to put this up on the stage.
Genuinely believe me when I tell you how beautiful you are. Do you feel beautiful yourself when you're not in put together frequency?
It counteracts with how I actually feel internally. For a woman to embody her power, she has to first be clear on the areas that she loses power. I'm not eating right. I get breakouts on my face, lethargic. I lose my memory, brain fog, start to see small things in my behavior change as far as how I keep myself up. Micro depression forming. When you say, I look beautiful, thank you.
Not even in that frequency.
I can't even receive it because I feel so bad.
Feminine creative energy is so combustible. It burns through so much energy so fast. You're a brother and you may be in a relationship, not take it so personal, but use it as an indication. Oh, she in shutdown mode. She need to shut down for 2 weeks, a week, few days, whatever it is. And that's not really a me thing. You may be Ashley Larry for a few days or a week at a time. I just asked you, like, yo, why you getting all dolled up for my husband? Because you felt like it. I ain't asked you for that. I didn't mandate that. So it is that ebb and flow.
It is.
Not just me wanting to come in the house and be ugly. It's a matter of I need to shut down. I done burned through too much of this energy trying to be creative and get everything done. My desire to even look presentable to myself. All that shit is asking me to turn off.
All right. So I wanted to ask the question of you guys. Are men aware of her ugly? First, what did you guys think about the actual video? Were you understanding what they were talking about?
Yeah, I understand. It just sounds like something typical that a lot of women ran across do the same. They don't be beautiful for the man. They don't get attractive for the man, for what the man wants, for what the man desires. It's mostly something internal or some type of validation for the impression society put on them, especially when it comes to beauty standards, especially when it comes to Black women with the Eurocentric standards of not embracing their natural look and not looking at that as beauty. So wearing makeup and stuff, getting ready for a man, they feel more comfortable having a mask or altering their natural look to be accepted and validated. And it's never a man putting that kind of pressure on her, which kind of, I can relate to the brother. I mean, I didn't tell you how to wear that. I didn't tell you how to go out. I didn't tell you how to spend $600 on your hair. That's what you wanted to do. Now you still want to ask me, are you beautiful? I thought you was beautiful before that. But I can understand. I think that's a side of that men really can't tap into. That's like a line that we can't cross. Like it's just we're too logical to dive into that side and say that shit don't make any sense. But to them, it makes sense. Like she even talked about how the psychological breakdown she had whenever she don't have her wig or some shit like that, or whatever. I think that's the side men can't tap into, and we end up offending women when we try to tap into it because we're more logical. And I'll yield.
Listen, I gotta admit some of that shit that was going. Oh, go ahead. You gonna say something, Precious? Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think men can't tap into it because it's almost like a come as you are for men. You guys, I mean, y'all all bald, but at some point you had hair, so I'm sure that y'all used to get the fresh cuts. Other than that, your clothes had to be presentable. I know there are some men who used to drive nice cars. Like, you guys is the way that you guys show up, as well as far as presentation is different than a woman shows up. And so what he was saying to her was, when I tell you you're beautiful, if you're not in that, pretty mode, you can't necessarily receive that from me. And then she was going into, well, if I'm breaking out on my skin, or we do go through them cycles monthly. There are a lot of different things that can alter the way that we feel about ourselves. And it doesn't mean that we don't believe you when you tell us that we're beautiful, but we have to ultimately hold that power to how we're feeling and how that's actually coming out and being conveyed to you guys. Because like you said, Darwin, y'all can't really tap into it because you're way more logical than we are. So we as women, I believe, have to be a lot more vocal when it comes to those changes and those shifts in our behavior. Like, I'll be the first one to say to someone I'm dating or whatever, I'll give them like, hey, around this time I get a little withdrawn, or, I'm not as talkative, or, I feel, I just feel the bitch coming. Like, I just know she around the corner, so I'm just letting you know that in advance, and I'm going to do everything that I can in my power to, definitely not let that affect what we have going on. But we have to be a lot more vocal. And then she mentioned there are times where, she might want to get dolled up. I went out with a friend the other day, and he was like, you could just be, t-shirt and jeans, but I wanted to look nice with him. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm going to get dressed, but it wasn't because it's just what I felt like doing.
I think y'all are trying to compete while y'all still have a man, and y'all see other women look attractive, beautiful. I'm like, okay, I gotta look beautiful, because if he looks at her, he looks at this girl on social media, I don't look like I want to look better than I think it's a method of feigning off your competition. Because I think when women see the woman that sits next to, stand by the man that they desire, and if they see that she ain't up to par on her looks, her beauty, all that shit, her hair ain't on fleek, she smell blood. She like, oh, she ain't keeping herself up. I'm coming. You know what I'm saying? So I think that might be a way to feign off.
I don't think like that. I think the only person you should be in competition with is yourself, literally. I think that beauty standards should start when you're young. I think that, again, like you said, Darwin, a lot of men don't tap into it because you're so logical, and you don't use the emotions like women use the emotions. Jay had brought up something in the comments on Facebook, and he talked about, and I'll let you explain it, Jay, but you were talking about when you tell your daughter that she's beautiful and the reaction she gives you.
Yeah, but it actually ties perfectly to what Darwin was saying, and he's absolutely correct. I try to tell my daughter that she's beautiful when she's not dolled up, when she's not dressed up, when she's in her natural, maybe waking up sporty mode and things like that, because I don't want my daughter to feel that she's only beautiful when she's conforming to what society is telling her to be. I don't want my daughter to feel like she's only beautiful when she's wearing a fancy dress. I don't want my daughter to only feel like she's beautiful if her hair is a certain way. I want my daughter to feel beautiful in her natural skin. So it's sometimes difficult because already at an early age, she's 7, she wants to laugh it off when I say that she's beautiful. And like, she's like, Papa, my hair's not done. I'm like, that doesn't matter. And I think that's one of the things that's kind of happened in, it seems weird, but in this whole LGBT kind of thing that's happened is that women have conflated their beauty with, I need to doll myself up. I need to present myself with makeup and do all these things. And now you can have men who portray themselves as women and, well, I did this, so I'm also beautiful. And I think we have to start putting beauty back to what it is. That's why you don't see a lot of trans people looking like the Crystal Sisters, who are all natural. They don't play that archetype because it's harder for them to pull off. But they can be seen as beautiful when they put the lashes on and the fake wigs and the waist trainers, because, that's what beautiful is. So I want my daughter to understand that naturalness is beauty. No matter what, you're beautiful. And it's hard to convince her that at this age.
I agree with that too, because what you just said, well, both of you listen. Here's one, I'll do you one better. I wouldn't marry a woman who feels inferior with her natural look. I wouldn't have even married a woman. I mean, because you can't fix that. There's a deeper hurt that goes on there. And I'm not going to go through my marriage trying to fix that with you. I wouldn't. My wife is natural. My daughters are natural. They got like 3-4C hair. They know they're not into wigs. They just take the time and do whatever they have to do with their hair. And their hair is it just grows. And because their mother was like that and is like that. So, but it was important to me that my wife was a natural look. You know, she was never into heavy makeup. She was just pretty. And when she woke up in the morning, she was just pretty. You know, that was my litmus test. Is I'm not screaming to high heaven like Coyote Ugly. Then okay. You know, my wife was pretty in the morning. I said, okay, so that part I don't have to worry about. Right. So, and she, you know, so I was like, the natural is the way to go. But too many Black women measure themselves against the wrong metric. You know, and it's just another one of the psychosis that I think our ladies are under, and I don't know how to break it. I mean, it's not up to me to break it, but it's sad. It's really sad.
You can't. It's done went far as it could, and Jason put the finger on it. Something I talk about. You can't fix it because now you got these pageants and Miss America, Miss Universe, because beauty is somehow being in an unnatural state for a woman. Anybody, man or woman, can be
Miss America.
A man can be Miss America, Miss Universe.
Hey,
Because as long as you can get the lashes, the hair, the makeup, and the BBL and the breast implants, who's to say? You know what I'm saying? So if women wanted to literally destroy the ability to thrive as an impersonator of a woman, they can just go on strike against all cosmetics, surgeries, and all that. You will be able to see the transgenders. You know what I'm saying? But they're able to camouflage themselves because how women think beauty is. So it's like a diminishing return, isn't it? You feel beautiful, but now you create a population of people that can impersonate you and take the accolades that you're supposed to have, beat you in the sports that you're supposed to be in, all of these other things.
Yeah, and why do we let those people gatekeep our daughter's self-esteem? And this is the thing that I think it's one of the things as fathers we have to do, but I don't think that we take on the challenge that much of really imparting, because it sometimes might even be a fight with the mother, because the mother may not be that way. She may not think or have that kind of confidence. So it's women aren't instilling that confidence in their daughters. The daughters are looking up to the mother. So whatever the mother's doing, the daughter's like, well, I should do. And we as fathers, we have to come in and say, like, wait a minute, no, maybe mommy's dealing with something deeper. And if like Kevin Samuels would say, like, fresh face out the shower, naked in front of a mirror, how do you feel? And a lot of times in our culture, that's a lot of women will self camouflage with great clothes and all these things when their bodies aren't right. So it's like, no, all of that is gone. Your facade is completely erased. Do you still feel beautiful? And the majority of women will probably say no. And that's what I'm trying to instill in my daughter is no matter what, you're beautiful. Now, if my daughter got overweight, I'm not going to be unrealistic and tell her, no, you still think you're beautiful. No, you need to get your self-confidence in yourself naturally. So if you're looking in the mirror and you're not feeling beautiful, then let's look at it. Is it because you're overweight? Then me and you both, we'll do a workout together to get you where your self-confidence needs to be. Not from where everyone in society is telling you you're beautiful, but where you yourself understand that you're beautiful again.
Yeah, I don't think there's no way to remove it. I think it's psychologically ingrained in them. And it's inherited from generation to generation. So as long as a woman before
in
has
all
done
women, in all cultures,
I don't know. I think it definitely has to. I can only speak to my experience, right? So growing up, I was very sheltered. My parents were very protective. I played basketball, so I was always in swishies and a t-shirt, sneakers. I was in a marching band, so I was always like, just really not dolled up. It was just a lot of baggy shirts, swishies, shorts, maybe a white beater here or there, but I didn't explore beauty for myself, I would say, until I was done playing basketball and out of college. I always liked to do hair, I always liked cosmetology and things of that nature. But again, my parents were very protective and very strict. So there was a lot of things I couldn't watch, a lot of places I couldn't go, a lot of things that I couldn't do. So it wasn't until I got, into maybe 19, 20, 21, where it's just like, okay, well, what pants do fit me? What do I feel good in? What do I look good in? A lot of women wear clothes and they're just not the clothes for their body. It just clothes them, but it doesn't really look right on them. It's not accentuating their size, or they're way bigger than they should be, but they trying to wear what the size 2 girls are wearing. Like, you know what I mean? And so a lot of women don't study or experiment. They want to go with the girls that got the wigs on and the lashes and those things, because that's what they think is appealing. That's what they think that men like, and men do give those things attention. It's not necessarily long-term attention, right? So for me, it was like, okay, I because my parents were protective, I always knew that, okay, if I wear certain things, it'll get too much attention. If I do, so I think women have to, and my parents were very, it wasn't like they were negative, but they didn't highlight beauty as you got to be beautiful in order to get this or do this, or, it was more so, what are your brains like? How respectful are you? Or like, do you have I came from a home where, like, I always say, serving is like second nature to me. Like, it's just in my blood to be able to serve and be in that capacity with people. But beauty was never the number one thing. I think I said it to you, Jason, in a comment. Like, I don't know. I can't recall my dad calling me beautiful or saying you're beautiful. So I think it really starts in the home and what you make a priority. And beauty was not a priority. That was probably the last thing my parents wanted me to focus on, right? And so I think that at home, what you focus on, what you put an emphasis on, the kids will definitely latch on to that. But as fathers, how do you aid in making sure your little girl has that balance? And it's not like, okay, you need to, dress like everybody else is dressing, or you need to, like Jay, you said your little girl, when she doesn't have on her dress and, pretty things in her hair or whatever, she's like, and this, and it's crazy that she responds that way as a little girl, because even if, like the guy was saying in the video, if someone says, oh, you're beautiful or you're very pretty, even me with my nails could be jacked up and somebody be like, oh, I love your nails. And in my head, I'm like, I need a refill. It's been about 4 weeks. I haven't been to the shop. What you mean they beautiful? Like, I think as women, we naturally, and even your little girl, we naturally, if it's not perfect or if it's not to our liking, because they say when you look good, you feel good, right? If it's not to our liking, we will not believe what the other person is saying, because in our minds, it has to be a certain way.
Yeah, can I just ask you a question real quick, Precious, and then you guys chime in.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the first man or woman who told you you were beautiful in your natural state?
Probably my mom.
Okay, who was the first man who did it?
Oh, first man. I think when I was younger, it probably was somebody in school. I remember there was a guy who I felt like he always picked on me. And then one day I'm getting a 4-page letter about how much he likes me. Like I didn't take, I don't know. I didn't play guys too close back then. Again, I grew up in a strict home. So my focus wasn't on the things that maybe other kids' focus was on, because my parents.
Okay, what about as an adult? Who was the first man after you were 18 years old who told you you were beautiful when you were in a natural state? Like when maybe you were laying in bed and he looked over and he's like, you're beautiful. And you're like, what do you, like, who was the first man who did that?
Okay, I have somebody in mind. I ain't gonna call their name.
Okay. And how did you respond to that?
Just like you did just there.
Yeah, just like with a smile, a smirk, and was like, "Oh, thank you." I don't know. I don't think that I take compliments well. I've heard that before, and I don't think that I take compliments well.
You do take it well. It's just that it just don't matter. If you don't think it's beautiful, it doesn't matter if a man think it. Because
I know that I'm beautiful, but I don't put that as a I don't think that is the height of who I am. I'm beautiful inside and out. So
right, it's almost like a man. It's almost like a man coming to your house and saying, "Oh, you got a nice house. It's clean in here." but you know that your floor is dirty and stuff like that.
Right.
You're like, yeah, shit, my house dirty as hell. But what I'm saying is that's the same way y'all look at y'all's beauty. And whenever y'all see men go after the women with the big tits and big butt and full makeup, we're not really looking at her makeup and her inauthenticity. Men are able to see the authenticity in the woman. We can see through the makeup. We're very good at that. We have a vision for her most flattering features, and it's got nothing to do with her long raptor claws, her
Right.
her dustpan eyelashes, and her very long Brazilian bundles. We see right through it. We're able to see the jawline, the structure of your face, the protrusion in the butt box, the cow, the hips, the small waist. We're able to see those things very well, and it doesn't have anything to do with any of the layers you put over yourself. So I think it's a misconception women are getting when they see us courting or dating these women that are dolled up. And even if they do know, they're still going to put it on because they know, like I said before, I think women are competing. They're actively competing with other women, so they don't want to be caught off guard. And I think I think women would probably consider a woman's judgment on her beauty over a man.
Oh yeah.
If it was a group of women that said, "Damn, girl, you need to fix that shit," oh my God, she run to the closet, she run to the house. But if a man say that, I don't care. I know I'm good. And if I'm telling you, I've seen it all the time.
Unless it's her
Girls
gay
hype this
friend,
woman
right?
up, she look like shit. These girls hype this woman up, tell her she's snatched. She'll be ended up at the club, and one of the guys I have to end up taking one for the team. They will never tell this woman, "Hey, look, you need to go home, get your
Let me
shit
just say
together."
this real quick before Cali Bell goes. You know, one of the things that I made sure my daughters do, I never let them play with white dolls. I never let them play with white dolls. Never. You know, they somehow my mother-in-law bring them in the house. They always disappear.
Why?
They disappear because that's the beginning. I think the beauty standard. You know, if a girl thinks that little white doll is pretty, something she can never match up to, so I got a black doll. You know,
I think they did a doll test on CNN or CBC one day back in the days. They did a doll test. The colors, different colors. They said which one is more beautiful, and all the black kids would pick
Saw that, yeah, the white
fair skin one. And then they would ask, so which one is ugly? And even the black girls would pick the dark skin color.
Yeah.
And they associated with it being bad, right?
And they also associated with it being a naughty child.
Yeah, I never let that shit in my house. No.
So I think that's the colorism, and it wasn't even taught. It was just that's how society was pushing. And it was indirect. It wasn't really like literal. It was just what was seen on TV. Who was winning? Who was praised? You know, the image. So that's why I say this. I mean, we can teach our daughters this all we want, but whatever they're inspired by is going to take precedent.
Well, you got to have something to do with that, though, Bruiser. I mean,
we do have. I think Jason gave a good example. And even when he told his daughter she was beautiful, she still said, "I haven't even got my hair done," or whatever.
Yeah, but you never stop telling them that. But
I'm not arguing whether or not you need to stay consistent or stop or keep telling them. My argument is, even though you do that, society or the circle you run in and who you're inspired by is going to take precedent.
It's a concept. Well, it's a battle. It's a battle, I should say. But you can't see.
It's a slaughter. It's actually a slaughter, bro.
Well, it depends. It just depends. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I hear where you're coming from.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
I'm talking about the results.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the Matrix is. Sorry, go ahead. But the Matrix is I think women crave validation from the Matrix more than the validation from their father, and that's what I got to try to figure out. I'm competing against society, and society telling my daughter what is beautiful and why she should be confident, and I'm trying to say, don't listen to that.
How old are you? How
listen
old
to
is
me? 7. I'm trying to tackle this early.
7, bro. Imagine that. He's already lost.
Yeah, shit. I don't think so, man. It's the Matrix is real.
No, he's right, because again, it's her friend circle. It's everything that she's already being exposed to.
And these kids that done this were way younger than her. There's kids on those TV shows.
Yeah,
they were way younger than 7.
And she's mixed race too, Jason. So
Yeah.
you know, another added layer to beauty and the societal beauty structures and
Well,
things.
everybody's thinking mixed race kids are the prettiest.
I
That's
wanted
not true.
But everybody says that though, right? So they don't get
they
negative
have their own
stereotypes.
internal battles.
Yeah, I know.
Like we're talking about that point of view, right? So someone looking at a mixed race child will be like, "Oh, they're pretty. They got great hair," and da 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 da. But the mixed race child, is like, "Well, am I not black enough? Am I not white enough? Am I, do I not pass
They got their own. Everybody got their own little things they got to deal with. No doubt about it. I'm sure.
So, while one person might be looking at them as a beauty, they may be looking at themselves like, where do I fit in? Am I in this crowd? Am I that crowd? What is this crowd going to say about me? That's a lot to deal with, a lot to, you never really think about those struggles because you don't have to. I wanted to welcome Callie Bev. Thank you so much for joining my panel. I don't think I've had you up here before,
Callie Bev.
but I've seen you on other panels.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks
Hello,
for letting
beautiful.
me up. Can you guys hear me okay? Because my Bluetooth went out.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I think that you guys are kind of missing the point of the video. She was talking about how you would feel, she even mentioned it specifically, little mini depressions or micro depressions. She was talking about how you feel on the inside will project how you look on the outside, and whether or not you will not even doll yourself up as far as putting on wigs and lashes and a pound of makeup or anything like that, but just how you will kind of, make yourself more presentable. Even if you don't wear the makeup and all that kind of stuff like that, you walk around fresh face out of the shower altogether anyway. If you don't feel good on the inside, no matter, and you don't look any different, you know what I'm saying, to your husband or anything like that, you are not going to be able to receive that compliment like, yeah, you look beautiful, because you don't feel it in here.
Yeah, we
and you don't
acknowledge
feel
that.
it in here.
We stated that that's a line that men have. When we cross over, we just never, that's a psychological side that we never understand because of our logical barriers. So we acknowledge that. We just move on.
Right.
Okay.
But now you guys are talking, the first thing you mentioned was a wig bruiser. I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I may have mentioned it, but I did concede that men struggle to understand that side of a woman whenever she has that internal thing going on with her that comes outside, sort of like you stated before. But I mean, I do have my own opinion on things. And I would say the results, the cost is the results of inauthenticity. That's why a white woman can get on YouTube and destroy the manosphere, just pearly things, because she can just get on camera and don't have to go to the hair shop, makeup, whatever. She can consistently put out thousands of videos, while a black woman that should be speaking on behalf of black women can get on camera, but she has to have all these other layers over her before she can, which kind of taps into the time she can get up. And then also a lot of these things translate into the authenticity of black women being at these colleges and able to win over NFL players or NFL draftees to get on that living room couch. It's an inauthenticity battle. And even though it's internal and it's projected and we can understand, it's a cost that comes with it. And if I'm an NFL player, I'm looking at it the same way they look at it. I mean, if I'm going to pay, if I'm going to get a woman that's already real, that'll save me some expenses if I'm having to pay for her to keep maintenance on herself. Why would I go and buy the woman that she wants to look like when I can just get the woman? I can just go get the woman she wants to look like and cut off, all of the nuances of getting a woman who wants to bleach her skin and put makeup and wigs and lipstick and lashes on to look like the women and buy her hair off of out behind the counter. I can just go get a woman who already looks like that. And I think that's what a lot of those athletes were looking at. That's one aspect of what they were looking at.
But even those women still go through what she was talking about in the video. I think that men probably go through it when they're transitioning through jobs, when they're not at the height of their financial, goals or careers and things of that nature. I think, we're talking about the word ugly, and that in reference to beauty. But men go through their ugly phase as well. It just
Yeah, but
has
we don't put on a
beauty.
mask ourselves though.
Right. But like I was talking about earlier, there's guys who will drive the nice cars, have the systems, flash their, you guys show your beauty in a different way. And I probably shouldn't use beauty when I talk about men, but I think that all God's children are beautiful. So you guys show it a different way. But if you're not up to where you want to be money-wise, your microaggressions will show. They'll come out. A woman will experience that from you or your friends, maybe, or your
Can you give
family.
me an example of how men are doing it that equates to the way women are doing it whenever they're using whatever, or they're not really receiving the fact that you're calling them beautiful? What is a word or what is something that a man go through? So when you say, "Oh, you're okay, you're rich or you're wealthy," I don't feel wealthy on the inside, or I don't know what is an example.
There could be times where a man may have gotten laid off. A woman could be encouraging him, trying to be his, cheerleader, and he's just not feeling it. He don't feel like he lives up to what he should be living up to, but yet she's trying to encourage him and be that cheerleader for him, and he's just not with it.
But I think if you line it up with what we're talking about while calling a woman beautiful, who is indeed beautiful, that would be different, because that would, if you were you using your same scenario, it would be like, no, you still work there. No, I actually got fired. No, but you still work there.
Right.
No, I got fired. So I'm expressing that I got fired on the outside.
Right. I'm talking about a man who may have gotten laid off, or a man who is still trying to work, still trying to get on the whole.
Oh, so he's still trying to seek employment. So you encourage him, like, you can get another job.
Right. And he's just not feeling it because he has those microaggressions because he's not feeling at his best. Or
because it's the 20th interview and he didn't get a second interview for the 20th.
Yeah, it could be anything. But I think
it's
different.
It's micro depression, not microaggression. He's not being physically.
I said microaggression. I meant micro depression. What you
yeah.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, I think the answer maybe the answer is being smart.
Right.
Like I tell my son who's 5, like, hey, I don't say like I say like you're smart. Like even when he you are smart. That's very clever. Wow. And I think maybe that's the correlating different. Like for men, we don't get that you're smart. So maybe that's the difference that you're asking, Bruiser. For women, it's beauty. For men, it's you're smart.
Yeah, but then there's another thing that happens. So when you tell a woman she's beautiful, and internally she don't think she's beautiful, she's gonna cover herself. So
yeah, I think
you
men
tell
do
a
the
man
same
he's
thing.
smart,
If
he
you tell
don't
men,
think he's smart. What is the second thing you do? The man do.
He like, oh, wow, he does the same thing that women do. He kind of like laughs it off, or he might a lot of men have the same problem about taking compliments.
Okay, so we laugh it off, but I think there's an extreme that women are doing. They're actually going to cover themselves.
No, she didn't say she would go cover herself.
Right. She didn't say anything. The chicken.
That's what I got from the video. I thought
the chick is basically really like she's a natural woman. She got the tennis ball. You know what I'm saying? She got that hairstyle and everything like that. Her makeup was not overly done or anything. You know what I'm saying? She one of those plain Jane chicks or whatever. It's just talking about how
she was a plain Jane chick.
She was on camera, so yeah, she put on a little makeup, but she was not no cake face. She is not no cake face.
She's not a plain Jane.
Yeah, she played Jane all right.
She's an 8 or above. Let's keep it 100.
I don't know about that.
Wait, but what she's saying is she don't have a wig, she don't have the lashes, she don't have the claws. She's beautiful.
She got something else,
like
so
her husband was saying.
But what I saw in the video, I heard him talk about a scenario. It may not have been right there at real time, but it was an occasion where he spoke about that she went and got makeup and she did all that. And he said, I didn't tell you to go and do it. I think he stated, I didn't tell you to go and do that. You did that for you. You didn't do that for me.
Right.
Right, because she felt good and she knows that she been looking, you know what I'm saying, not so pretty or whatever, or how she perceives as not so pretty around him for the last couple of days. So she was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I go through the same shit.
Well, that's my point. So what I was
It's
saying, what is the extreme? What is the actual, the final step to the man when you say, okay, you're smart? I'm like, well, I don't feel smart. Then what does he take action on? Because the woman is taking action on by covering herself. What is the
But
man
she's
doing?
not covering herself. That's the whole thing. She's not covering herself with nothing.
The equivalent.
I just showed you. If you could play the
The
video back,
equivalent would be the man working out and building muscles, maybe.
Right.
Would that be the
now,
equivalent?
Jason, you get what I'm saying. So
Right.
you get what I'm saying. So it's
I'm
something that he
out.
does.
Good night.
Say
Thanks
for
for letting me up. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna check you out. I'm gonna check you and Lady Di out. I'll see y'all later. I'm not doing it.
You running already? Don't go nowhere.
He called you Lady Di?
No, she said
No, she said just me.
I'm gonna play it one more time. Okay.
Do you genuinely believe me when I tell you how beautiful you are? And do you feel beautiful yourself when you're not in put together frequency?
It counteracts with how I actually feel internally.
Internally.
You
For
ain't
a
got to
woman
even play
to
no more.
embody
You
her
said put
power,
together
she has to.
frequency.
Right. So he goes, when I tell you you're beautiful and you're not in your put together frequency, do you honestly believe what I'm saying?
Right. So that's my point. He was speaking about an occasion where she was in put together. I could have used put together frequency, but I said covered. But there was a situation that's not in the video in real time when they're talking where she was actually put together.
No, she was not put together.
She
She
had
was
all her
not put
shit
together,
done.
and he told her she was beautiful. There was a situation
What the
that she was
boils
not
down
put
to,
together,
yeah,
and he said
what
that
it
she was
boils
beautiful.
down to, what it boils down to is men and women both have low self-esteem and insecurities that they don't always address, and they do sometimes cover up, as Bruce is saying, with women with makeup and different physical attributes, and men with finances and toys and things that will represent financial attributes. But it boils down to low self-esteem and insecurity that we both face, and we address it different ways, and we need to really start valuing things other than superficial things that make us feel better. And that's the one thing that we often overlook, is we keep on getting things that make us feel better, whether it's accolades or whether it's makeup, and it's just covering up the insecurity and low self-esteem that we often face and we often are challenged with.
Yeah, because we put our esteem in the wrong things. Your self-esteem shouldn't be wrapped up with your finances as a man. If you lose your job, then all of a sudden you're depressed. Then, but it shouldn't be. No, but it shouldn't be, because that's not a real
Yeah, why,
self-esteem.
hold on, why should it be?
Because anything can happen. If your self-esteem is only based on the fact that you have these sort of finances, and then all of a sudden those finances go and your self-esteem is gone, then that meant it wasn't a real authentic self-esteem. That meant it was all about your facade. It meant it was about your ego. Your self-esteem is supposed to be something that can't really be taken away and broken. Your self-esteem should be something that you control. It's your self-esteem, your esteem of self. So if you only value yourself because you make a certain amount of money, then you need to maybe address that. If, let's say, I get in a car accident and I get some acid burns on my face, and then all of a sudden my beauty is maybe compromised and I look like Two-Face. Well, damn, I look ugly, but if I have a real authentic self-esteem, I should be able to get out of that because I feel valuable in things outside of the fact that I look good. But if my entire image was I look good and there's nothing else, and that is taken away, then that wasn't a real healthy self-esteem. It was all
So,
about the
Jason,
facade.
do you think there's a time frame on that? If you're listen, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but there's a time limit on that. If you lose your job, right? Most men are tied to what they do because it helps them earn, and by earning, you're earning your way in life. You're doing something. You lose your job, you don't have to lose your self-esteem, but it does get pressed if you don't get another job within 6 months, 9 months, because other things start to slip, right? Other things start to slip if you can't find employment. So it's kind of, some of that stuff.
Do you think that maybe equates to why so many men are getting divorced after they get retired and the women don't want to deal with them anymore because they've left that workplace, and then after that, which is what I've seen with people in my family and throughout a lot of things, is that when the men retire, the women don't really want to be around them anymore.
Well, it depends on the man. Right? It depends on the man. When I retired, right? It's funny. I have a little joke. When I was getting ready to retire, a year from there, I told my wife, guess what? I'm getting ready to retire. So we could be around each other 24/7. And the absolute quick horror that came on her face was priceless. It was priceless. But you know what? I was one of those kind of guys who had other things to do. Well, I planned for retirement to take that time and use it for the things I wanted to do, which didn't include her. So she still had a lot of stuff she did. We all had our time together, and she has a time apart. So my retirement didn't impinge upon her being there. So I didn't change her routine just to cater to me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I think guys don't plan for retirement. They when they're what I'm gonna do, they become burdens on their wives. Oh, I think some guys do. So yeah, I was burdened on her for 37 years, so she's used to it.
I have a question.
We're trying to go away from.
Darwin, you're married, right? Your wife is a very beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Does she? But there are times where I'm sure she probably doesn't always feel beautiful.
Yeah. Just like the woman in the video.
Right. So are you giving her that space and opportunity to flow through those emotions while still, connecting with you as a wife, a mom, and those can you tell when those ebbs and flows are happening?
Not really. I would say she would have to communicate that. Like it's a layer that men are struggle to tap into. That's something that a woman have to effectively communicate to get men to understand that they're dealing with something internal that can't be seen on the outside. And she would have to communicate that to me to give me a fair, approach to helping her get through it. Because if she's sitting there expecting me to just detect it, or like I'm some cerebral or from X-Men or Professor X, then she's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a communication that needs to be filled right there. But I will say this, I understand, I may not understand it the way she want me to, but I understand that a lot of women have to deal with that. But I still struggle to correlate that to how a man deals with it. Because some people say men do it too. Because of, I don't know what it was. I think it was smart. I don't think
I was trying to connect the dots, but I think the muscle one actually works better. But yeah, I was trying to find the equivalent for the man's side of the woman's with the makeup and wigs and stuff.
Yeah, but the difference between what a man and woman is doing, a man is still, if he's even going to go lift weights, whatever he's doing to his body, that's him.
Right.
It comes in naturally. If you would have said he went to go, oh, you're strong. But if you would have said, oh, I don't feel strong and I'm going to pump that, that stuff, that fluid they pump into their muscles and make it so hard. And now if we were going to go do that, then that would be accurate alignment to what the women are doing. But
that's what a lot of men are doing. A lot of men take those powders and sorry, go ahead.
Jason, let me stop you right there, Darwin. She's not saying I'm going to go and put on a wig and put on makeup and things of that nature. She is saying from the inside, I am not feeling beautiful like you're telling me I am right now. So I need to take the time and the space and the opportunity to get myself right spiritually, emotionally, physically, maybe nutritionally, whatever that is for her. She needs to fill herself with that in order to then be able to receive the compliment of beautiful. I
wasn't arguing against that.
If a woman okay, a week before my menstrual, I'm bloated. I don't feel beautiful. I feel bloated. My stomach look like I'm about 3, 4, 5 months pregnant. Okay. I want to eat everything. I just don't feel beautiful as a woman. But if a man looked at me and said, oh, you're beautiful, I'd be like, on my face. You know what I mean? But
even your man?
Would I feel that same way? Yes, because of the way personally feeling on the inside. It's not to say that I don't believe that I'm beautiful, but at that moment I can't receive the compliment of beauty.
Well, I wasn't arguing against whether you were able to receive it or not. I was talking specifically the words that he uttered out during the video in her. What frequencies did he say?
Put together frequency.
Put together frequency is the I'm locked in on that because I know what a put together. I think I understand what he means by put together. I could be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong.
Her put together, you're making it seem like it's a wig in the claws. Her put together could be some eyeliner and a little blush, and
it could be, but because we don't have the details, I reserve the right to make an assumption.
Oh no, I follow these people. I follow them.
Okay, well, I don't know. So those are details that I don't know. So I'm assuming that put together frequency is something that has something to do with nothing that comes naturally.
So how come, Precious, can I ask you a question though? How come she just...
Go ahead, Arpine.
Let me ask you a question. What, in the state that she's in, I know she's talking to him, and I know he's talking back to her. I mean, if she's feeling that way, right? Can't she just say, listen, you know what? I hear your compliments. I can't receive them right now. Give me a certain amount of time.
Of course.
Right? And so, and what's is that the result? You know, is that the solution to that situation?
Yes, and I totally believe that. If y'all remember when we first started this, I said I would be the first to say, "Hey, look, I'm right now. I'm not feeling it. Something's going on with me. I don't even know what's going on with me right now, but I know that I'm not right. I know that I'm not 100%. I know that I don't feel complete."
Okay, so I have one more.
Women have to communicate that because, like Darwin said, y'all are not mind readers.
Right.
You're not going to pull that out of us. Like, you know what I mean? It's not going to be something like you said, because it's very evident that there is a disconnect between the way women feel internally and how men see them externally, right? So women have to be vocal when it comes to that time, and men have to learn how to give space and understanding for those different ebbs and flows that women do.
I have one more, but Bruiser, before you go, I have one more. Let me just say
before you go to the next point, I just want to keep on that.
All right,
hold on. This is the same point. You can change the point after.
No, I don't want to change the point, but go ahead. Yeah.
What I was gonna say was this only speaks to one part of it, of the people that's having this internal micro depression or whatever. But what about the case where Jason named? Obviously, his daughter that he told was beautiful wasn't going through a micro depression. Well, obviously, a lot of these women, a lot of these women that's covering themselves aren't going through a micro depression. They're just wearing it because that's how they feel, which is beautiful. And even though we tell them they're beautiful in their natural state, they still gonna wear that, and you can't use that as a scapegoat to say every time a woman puts makeup and hair on, she's going through a micro depression or whatever.
No, micro depression for women are very different from men, and you can't tell someone that they're not going through micro depression. Now, I'm not trying to put depression on your daughter. You have beautiful kids, Jason. You haven't sent me pictures, so send me some pictures. But what I'm saying is, children can go through different flows of emotions just like adults can. They're just they really are not going to necessarily know how to communicate it, or they might communicate it to the purest form where we're looking so far into it and they're giving us their purest form. I think as you get older, especially women like to keep things close to the chest. They don't want to upset. They don't want to disturb. They don't want to offset the temperature of a home or a marriage or things of that nature, because they know that men don't like change. Y'all don't like when things are high and low. You'd rather be able to name it and claim it and go along with the schedule. Women, we know we go through those, different emotions, ebbs and flows.
What percentage of women you say that are on a beautied up, put together frequency are in a micro depression state that wears makeup and all that stuff? Is it above 50%?
Are they in a micro depressive state when they're wearing their makeup and they're in their get up?
Because what I'm starting to hear is that the reason why these women are looking unnatural is because they're depressed.
I was going to say some of it might not be micro depression. I think some of it could be depression. I feel like there are different,
For the most part.
right. I think that there are now micro depression is when you like the woman in the video said micro depression, right? She knows that she can get in her little ways if all the things are off. However, there are women who do not address those feelings. There are women who do not go see the lady, or there are women who are not open and honest and transparent with their men. And they get to a point where they are depressed fully and they don't do their natural hair. They don't wash their natural hair. They don't grease their scalp. They don't take showers on a regular. They have their fingernails that are claws. So I think if you don't address it, if men don't leave room for those conversations and understanding, then a woman could go to, and a woman needs to address these. I mean, it shouldn't take a man for you to not be depressed, right? So women need to understand.
There are 5 reasons not to get the Air 5 Pro. Number 1.
Okay. Women need to understand that these are areas that we can fall into deep depressions. And before falling into those deep depressions, we have to catch ourselves. And that's not necessarily a man's job, but if a man is with you, if you're coupled with a man, you're married, your long-term relationship, whatever the circumstance is, you should be able to hold space and understanding for that woman. And it's not to say that every time she's in a mood that she's micro depressed. No. But again, it is for her to communicate, open her mouth and say, I'm not sure what's going on with me right now. It has nothing to do with you. I don't, want to treat you any certain type of way. I just have to get through whatever I'm going through.
And that kind of speaks to your point of let her be ugly, where it's like, because the woman's kind of speaking to women have micro depression probably once every month, because they swelling up and having all. So it's like, I think as men, we've been kind of programmed from, society and also from our mothers and whatever to try to over compliment women when they're in that state where it's like, no, you're beautiful. And the woman doesn't feel it. And then now all of a sudden there's a rift. And now she's feeling like, well, it's almost like forcing her to get herself back to normal. When maybe the correct solution is to let women wallow in that and not try to bring them out of it because it's who they naturally are. Like your diet's not right. Well, then you as the man, maybe instead of saying, oh, you're beautiful. No, maybe we can, because women say they want honesty. We should be able to have an honest conversation. Like, okay, I see your flows coming. I see the thing. Let's go ahead and address that. So you're not, so you're not wallowing in micro depression mode, because that's what I kind of think that maybe the video is trying to say, is that women feel this strange pressure to conform or try to stay beautiful for either their man or for society or for whatever. And maybe as men, we need to let them be ugly and show them that we still respond the same way. I respond to you when you're beautiful this way, and I respond the exact same way when you're in your ugly mode. And maybe that's the thing that will actually be better. I try to give my daughter the same sort of energy when she had her dress. If my son brought home a straight A on a test, hey, great job. If he brought home a D, hey, did you do the assignment? Yes. Did you learn anything? Yes. You know what? Great job. You're smart. Maybe it's the same thing for women, where it's like, oh, you got that pretty dress on, your hair's done, and it's all straight. Hey, you're beautiful. But also when she's not, when she just finished playing a soccer game, oh my God, you're so beautiful. Maybe that's where we have to try to move the I almost had that wrapped up perfectly.
Yeah,
But,
that's
that's
understood. That's all we can do. Can't do no more than that.
You were talking about how the conversations of being with someone until they're 80 or 90. I mean, the conversation went a couple ways, but these are part of those conversations. If women can communicate when they're going through those micro depressions, or when they're going through the waves of emotions that they can't even understand or explain, but be able to say something is going on with me. If y'all could get through those type of situations, and then of course any type of conflict resolution when it comes to not agreeing and things of that nature, I think that's half the battle of staying with someone, for a long time, because men don't necessarily change like women change in a relationship. Y'all are like linear, and we're like you know, a trading blog, right? So we could be up, we could be down, we could be, you know, and it is for us to control and regulate those emotions and things of that nature. We do need help. Some women do need to go see a therapist. I know I needed to see one when I was 20. Some women do need to be able to talk about those traumas and things that they had with their daddies and uncles or whoever, and lay that down and not carry it into a relationship. But if those conversations, as far as the way that women manage their emotions and men being able to hold space for them to do so, because a lot of men will write women off like, oh, y'all crazy, y'all too much to deal with. Believe me, I saw it in the comments with somebody, and I don't know this person, but I'm like, well, what's your alternative? If women are too much to deal with, and you either gonna be single for the rest of your life, or you going back for the other team. And I don't.
It depends on the man. If he's not in a relationship, I can see him saying that. I would never say that. What the man needs to do is be able to recognize your woman going through those changes. Whatever they might be, just what we're talking about here, it's a recognition that you have to have by knowing your mate, right? And you're not going to be perfect, but I know different variations on how my wife behaves. And a lot of times I encourage her to go and get your hair done, go buy another dress, go do this, go do the things that you used to do to doll yourself up. One of the things I find out about my wife, her nails are always done. I mean, she don't have those claws, but her nails are always clean and done, no matter what she's doing. And I don't even see her doing it, but it's always clean, because she still pampers herself in at least that way, if nothing else. Right. She does that. So, I mean, you got to just be attuned to that. She probably doesn't know I recognize that, but I do. Anyway, that's just neither here nor there. But I think it's a recognition from a man to a woman that he's betrothed to that makes a lot of difference. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but you got to be attuned. And a lot of men lose that tuning when a marriage is long, right? And that's where we start getting into those troubles, and no, that's all.
Because, and I hate to say, y'all was talking about cheating and all that earlier, but when another man comes in and he's able to hold that space and he's able to, and not to say that that's the right thing or that's what should be happening, but some people get it and other people don't. Like, you know what I mean? Some people get it and some people don't. And it's an area that we all need to improve in, because there are areas that women need to hold space for men too. We're just not talking about that right now. Right. So in this area, I think this is a huge disconnect. Like I said, I don't remember my dad telling me that I was beautiful, but beauty wasn't the priority in our home. That wasn't this how you gonna get a man. I think honestly, my parents shielded me from a lot of that because I didn't need all the extra stuff, and they knew that. So they like, all right, we're gonna try and keep her as close to the chest as possible. But there are some girls that are just out there, and their ebbs and flows are going to be crazy wild because they don't have anyone to actually help them control it, and there be a controlled environment, and how you're dressing is going to garner this type of attention, and so their emotional, parameters are just going to be all over the place. So I think it's important for men to understand that about women. And when you find a woman like that, you probably going to want to leave her alone because she got some growing to do. She has some maturing to do. But there are women that just go through, women in general just go through those emotions. There are some who just know how to regulate it more. There are some who know how to communicate it better. And so it helps the man that's in their life actually help them hold space and understand them a little bit better. And that's what it's about. It's about teamwork, right? Like I'm playing basketball and it's like, all right, call for the ball. If you ain't gonna call for the ball, how am I gonna know you want the ball? So you have to communicate. It has to be a team effort.
I think we just exposed something else though that we didn't talk about. You kind of asked me what my wife giving her the time to be able to get through it. But there's a side effect that comes with a woman being in that ugly state. and she's going through micro depression and all that other stuff. We didn't talk about the insecurity that comes from that. How that kind of taps into, oh, okay, what are you looking at on Instagram? You looking at bitches, or did you look at her? Imagine your woman from time to time being in that state, and the side effect is her being insecure. She's already thinking she looking ugly. You go on and you have any conversation with anybody who she feel that looks more beautiful than her, just get ready for it. I'm here to tell you, I've been in many relationships with women. It happens when they're in that ugly state. You thought they're insecure when they wasn't in their ugly state, and when they're in their ugly state and they actually think that they ugly and believe it. Oh my God, you can't do nothing, bro. Don't even talk to another woman. Don't even go down your Instagram timeline. I know you can't. Sometimes you can't even control what pops up in that motherfucker. Some ass just pop up. Oh, you looking at this? If she in that state, bro, it's like 10 times worse.
He's not lying.
He's not, but that's part of a man holding space and understanding. So we're talking about this right now, right? I mean, cross your fingers. Hopefully it don't happen in a couple of days, because you know how powerful the tongue is. But all I'm saying is that's for a man to say, okay, this could be a side effect of her ugliness.
That's why that's the answer to the man in the chat saying they don't want to deal with it. That's the part.
Let me get ahead of, but if you don't want to deal with it, don't deal with women at all. Go deal with a dog.
No, that's not fair. That's not, you cannot say if you don't want to deal with a woman's emotional issues, then deal with a man. Like that's not fair.
And when I say deal with, I don't mean put up with, or I don't mean like you're just oh my gosh, she's around here acting crazy. Because when I say deal with, I mean, again, how are y'all working as a team to get through this? I'm not talking about deal with like the woman is just batshit crazy and the man just got to deal with it. No, that when I say deal, I mean, how are we going to get through this? How are we going to our way through this?
I have the solution, but women don't want to hear it. Because again, this is what I do with my daughter. I try to show her beauty is in her athletics. I want her to feel beautiful when she's sporty. I want her to understand that her beauty doesn't come from makeup and the dress. The beauty comes from when her body is right and when she's in shape. And so when women are in this, especially as they get older, because this is where a lot of divorces are happening. Women start to get bigger. And they start to build the facade of clothing and everything else to layer the fact that they're getting bigger. But if they're in shape and they are in a good shape and they're athletic, then they look just as good as a lot of women who are in their 20s. So that's what we have to do as men, is to start valuing the women who are sporty versus the women who are doing all this extra LGBT stuff that, that's been propagated from gay men anyway. I think we as men, we have to completely shift the pendulum and say, okay, you know what? When you're in that micro depression, it's time to work out. Because us saying you're beautiful is not going to do anything. The only thing that's actually going to maintain anything is the fact the woman's body is on point. And I promise you that will keep men from wanting to deal with those that'll keep men from cheating, because that's why a lot of men cheat, is because deep down, they're not sexually desiring their women anymore. They're maybe the women can cake themselves up and maybe they look good enough for society. But when we as the men, we have to see when that makeup comes off. We got to see what you really look like when that waist trainer comes off. And if your body's not on point, then I'm sorry, you're not beautiful. And that's what I think we have to be honest about as men, to say what we really truly find beautiful. And women have to also be willing to take that criticism from us. Because
Absolutely.
That's where I think the relationships are falling apart. I see men in their 50s. If they're looking at a younger woman, it's probably because her body's on point. If your body's on point, I promise you, your husband cannot deny you.
It's because they're fit over fashion.
Okay, so you just said a lot, but
sorry.
For one, you said that you're going to tell your daughter that beauty comes from being fit, right?
Yes.
And I'm here to tell you that your daughter is going to define her beauty. You're not going to define it.
Society is going to try to define her beauty.
No, but at the end of the day, she got to look in the mirror at the end of
She
the
got
day,
high school pageant, right?
before she go to bed and when she wake up, she looks in the mirror. Okay, she does. That's beyond daddy. That's beyond mommy. That's beyond my brother. Right? I have to see my beauty for what it is and how I feel about it and how I embrace it and how I celebrate it and how I flaunt it and how people see it on me. She is going to define that. Now you could try and package it around, fitness. I like I said, beauty wasn't a priority in my home. Being stimulated with sports and extracurricular activities and my direction being diverted in those areas took it off of just beauty, right? So your daughter's going to define that for herself, even if she becomes a track star or whatever. She's still going to have to define that for herself. As far as women and being in the gym and things of that nature, I think that women should do things where they are being active, whether it's in the gym, whether they are walking, jogging, lifting weights, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, if they are 170 pounds and they're trying to get down to 145, right? And you're like, okay, you're not beautiful. Yet she feels beautiful at 175. She knows she has a goal weight. But for you to tell her that she's not beautiful because she's bigger, that's not holding space and understanding for your significant other. That's constructive criticism, which is needed. However, there still needs to be a balance of you are beautiful, but there's a goal weight that we're trying to get to. So, babe, what can I do to help?
What are the other things that are making her feel beautiful? Okay, so we're not speaking about weight in the body. Okay, fine. You said she still feels beautiful. Does she feel beautiful when she's dolled up? Like, is that when she says that she feels beautiful? Because again, if that's the case, then that's the facade. That's not who she actually is. So she feels beautiful from the facade. I'm gonna sneak some mushrooms in her cereal so she can figure that shit out. Like, no, because it's not real. And again, the facades are not helping us reach to be 80 and 90 years old together. A lot of times when women are building that up, it's actually to conflate the fact that they don't feel confident in their own bodies.
Absolutely. He's right. And if I got two sons, if they start growing up and be 300 pounds, I'm gonna tell them they look like shit. You got man tits. You look like a woman. You need to go fucking to the gym, bro.
But Darwin, look at your physique. That's not even. I mean, they would have to truly let themselves go. I think that.
You say that like it's not a possibility. We live in 2024.
It is a possibility, but what I'm saying is, that it's an extreme possibility.
It's not an extreme. It's actually the norm. Society is it's the norm to get fat now. It is.
Darwin ain't gonna let his kids get 300 pounds now.
It's not his. It won't be his choice once they get older.
So your daughter's beauty won't be your choice.
Right, but Darwin can plant the seeds to teach his sons how to have real self-confidence. And
he can define what beauty is for his daughter. He doesn't have anything to do with her action. She still got to go put in the work.
Darwin's not saying, well, if you got 300 pounds, you better make a whole lot of money and you better start tricking off. You better start spending money. He's not saying that to his sons. He's saying, no, if you're 300 pounds, you need to change that and get back to your natural state where you're supposed to be. Whereas a lot of people will say, well, if you're 300 pounds, that's fine. But now you got to take on this new,
Hang on, Jason. If my son told me that he didn't want to go to the gym, but he still wanted the outcomes that he would get if he was a lower weight, I would tell him, you need to go up your money. You need to compensate in other areas. And that works out fine. It balances itself out. It's not wrong with that. I got big friends. They understand the game. You can't cheat the game. The game is a game. Some guys are injured. They can't even get in the gym. They have work injuries. They chronic illnesses that forces them to have to carry that weight. But the game is, you got to carry. You got to pick up the slack somewhere else. You got to be extra charming. You got to be extra emotionally supportive and all that. You can't be more of an asshole. You got to compensate for that. You might have to wear design.
Yeah, you may have to be a stepdad.
Amen. Now you see. Yo. You might have an open marriage.
Woo. You know what, man? Thank God my wife gave me grace when I put some weight on. You know what I'm saying? Just like I gave her some, because you fucking got me tripping me out.
That's the name of the game, Arpain. It's great, right? Men. So, like you're talking about your son, right? Like you're not gonna have any grace with your sons, but I mean, you're gonna have some grace with your sons and say, "Hey, this is what you need to do," and things of that nature. But let your woman, you know, God forbid she got a thyroid problem or
What is a thyroid? I'm sorry. What are all these excuses that people keep coming up with? It is not.
I mean, I have thyroids, but I think that is a female issue. Y'all need to educate
But it's
yourself.
not the majority. It is not so difficult.
How do you know?
Because I'm looking over here where I'm at. Okay, there's women who are over 40 who are in decent shape because over here the food is completely different. You guys really in America, you have a the cancer is in the food. All the horrible things that happened, especially to black men and black women with heart problems, it's in your food. So if you understand that at a base nature, you'll understand that it's very easy to keep your body on point once you start to alleviate your taste buds and stop using so much damn butter. Start cutting out all the sugars. And over here in the black culture here in Germany, the women, they understand this at a fundamental nature. So at 40, 50, they still look good. You don't see them overweight like that. Whereas in America, it's not the same thing. So it's not about, well, this thyroid thing. You can be in shape. You can easily maintain a weight of 150 to 170 and be fine. African women over here do it all the time. But when they get married, then all of a sudden they blow up because they stop trying. That's the difference.
And you definitely have a point there. The food is trash here. So we know that. So, you know, again, men hold in space and understanding for their women. If that is the case, are you going to cook some meals? Are we going to, again, we need to work as a team. It's not you need or you It's what are we going to do together to take care of this?
I figured that out. And the way I figured that out is I told men to be traditional. If you want a woman to have a traditional appetite, traditional body, traditional figure, then you need to be a traditional man. Give her the time to be able to go to the gym. She's got to take care of the kids, clean the house, make your meals, all that shit. Level yourself up so these things don't affect you. And then they get mad at me because I say, if you want to be fat and let it go get a 50-50 guy. Because then now you got all the excuses in the world. You have to go to work and bring in half of the resources to survive. That means it's going to cut into your gym time. You ain't gonna be able to look as good. But if you give your woman if you give your woman the time and the space to completely express her femininity and live through it, you don't have any excuses to be picking up all these fucking pounds and shit. She should be in there killing it.
That's a husband who is working as a teammate with his wife.
Right. And we gotta understand it.
It makes sense to me because it's like, okay, well, you're going to alleviate this responsibility off of me so I can take care of this responsibility, because obviously my weight is my responsibility, but with your help I can do a better job at taking care of my responsibility, because we are a team, we are married. Just like if you wanted to work on your physique, then I would take the kids while you go to the gym, or I would, whatever it is you want to do. That it's a team effort. If you're in a marriage and you're not working as a team, you're not in a marriage.
Like most people aren't in a marriage then, because most people who are married now are in these relationships. We're the first generation that we're in open marriages, because when we come home, we have another entity, the matrix. We're the first generation who are actually having these relationships and trying to reach to the end of time. When I come home from work and you come from work, hey, Precious, you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, now you go do your thing on your phone or your computer, and I go do my thing on my phone, because unfortunately, our priorities are now, and our entertainment and everything is through our screens and through our phones versus each other. We're not entertained by each other anymore like it maybe was in the past. You don't look to me as the person to have conversations with and grow your psyche. No, you can get that from YouTube and from whatever or from books or anything else. We have these relationships where in actuality, we're not connected the way that we're supposed to be. We're connected to the matrix, and we're just kind of using each other to try to maintain this connection in this relationship when we're not really investing our time in each other. If we're trying to get old, to be 90 years old, then I need you to be in shape so you don't have heart disease and all these problems. And you need to also make sure the same thing. So that means you got to start changing the way you cook. Yeah, I understand that you grew up in a foundation where you're supposed to be putting bacon and all these things in the greens. But again, our goal is to reach to be healthy at 80, not fat and in pain and having to trauma bond to each other because now we're both depressed and sad, but we don't have anyone else. No, let's stay healthy to the end and try to make it in a healthy mentality. That should be the goal. Not about having generational wealth, not about making this surplus of $200,000 a year. The goal needs to be simple. Let's get to the end of our days healthy and happy.
My final thoughts is whatever outcomes you want, if you can find someone who wants the same outcomes, can't nobody tell y'all shit. Go ahead and do it. If y'all want to go die by 60, go and do it. As long as that's the outcomes that you won't be sitting here at 90 years old living with regret. You might want to go bust your back out, and it's going to cost you a little bit of your lifetime to be able to get there. But you want that Corvette by 70 before you pass away. Go ahead and do it. I ain't mad at you. That's the outcome you want. Go ahead. Life, if you take anything from me from this conversation, life is about the outcomes. Whatever outcomes you want in life, make sure that you're doing whatever you can. All your decisions align with the best interest of the outcome. You cannot go wrong.
There you go.
Thank you, Darwin. I appreciate you for being here. I didn't have to, but you did. So I appreciate you. JT, welcome. You done came in around final thoughts. What's going on?
He came like a blister, right? Came right after all the hard work's done. Here he show up.
Man, want to give his final thoughts, yo.
I just came. I came. I was enjoying the conversation, so it was. It was.
What's up, JT? What's happening?
What's going on, man? What's popping with you, bro?
All right, man. All right.
Yeah, most definitely. I've been out the net for a minute, man. But okay, so basically, when it comes down to it, if you have daughters, it's a very unique situation that you're in when you're talking to them, especially if your daughters are adults. Right. So one of the things that I like, just listening to what you guys were saying tonight, these are the things that I have to bring to the forefront to my daughters. Right. I don't know if you guys ever experienced your daughters bringing some dude over to you. And yeah, it's a weird feeling. Right. And I'm a 70s baby. So one of the things that we were really big on was, our fear was our daughters being on the pole. That was our biggest fear. We used to talk about that all the time. Our daughters being on the pole or, certain things. But we never looked at it as if our daughters were going to be at a point where they actually knew their space into how they pick a man or how a man picked them, right? Because the biggest thing is what we talk about. Do men pick women for marriage or do women pick men for marriage? It's a big conversation that a lot of men hasn't had intently with each other when it comes down to their daughters. We all, like I said, the biggest thing that we used to say is that I'm just trying to keep my daughter off the pole. That was what we were. That was what we were talking about. Now look where we at. We're at a space right now where we're talking about marriage. I'm one of those guys that'll sit back and tell you right now that I don't want to push marriage. I want to push how to get to marriage, because when we push marriage and we don't give them the in-depth or the intel on it, because of how everything has changed from one generation to the next. Like, so with my daughters, what do I tell them? 28, 22. What do I tell them? You go out here and pick a man? when we already understand that men are the gatekeepers of marriage, right? Do we tell them that? Do we show them how to be women? This is I'm just, and this is rhetorical. I'm just asking questions. This is the things that goes on in our heads as fathers of daughters. It's a little more difficult for daughters than it is for sons. It's difficult for both of them, but it's more difficult for daughters than it is for sons. Do we tell them to pick men, or do we tell them to be in a space where men can pick them? This is where they're confused at. They're confused. Do you tell them to bring them around me? Or do you tell them how to, you got to know how to pick them? Or do you tell them, say, listen, this is what courting is. I've talked to so many young women, they have no idea of what courting actually is. They know everything about dating, but they have no idea about courting. And I understood why they don't have any idea about courting. It's because most of their fathers know nothing about courting.
Yeah, fathers got to stop acting like these men out here are cooties. Y'all need to know who are talking to your daughters. And now you don't need to know every single man, but you need to know the man that she's very interested in. And she needs to be able to be comfortable to talk to you about the man that she's interested in. Because this man may be the man that you're giving her away to. So these conversations have to be open and comfortable. And if you got to talk to your male friends on how to have these conversations with your daughter, or get some insight from her mom, or whatever the case may be, or even maybe have group conversations until you're comfortable with talking to her alone by yourself. But you have to have these conversations because, like you said, JT, they will get out in this world and women will think that they need to pick men and not necessarily know how to be courted by a man, because either the men in her life aren't there, or the men who are in her life are treating these men like they're cooties and they don't want to have nothing to do with them, or they're too good for my daughter and things. No, you need to be involved in your child's life. And if your daughter is interested in a man, take interest. You ain't gotta be all giddy and ooh, who is he? And no, you still keep your demeanor and say, I would like to meet him. Bring him to the house.
Yep.
Bring him by.
I don't have a daughter. I don't have a daughter, but I would most definitely be involved in the vetting process. And also would really be in tune with, looking at this gentleman that she bring home. It says, hey, this man asked to marry me. Most definitely taking into consideration a lot of things that I actually talk about in my own content.
Mm-hmm.
But I would never tell a woman to go out there and pick a man.
No.
I would always say to always curate yourself for the one you desire. If you know the man you want to be with, if you know the type of man you want to appeal to, there's a way you can position yourself to be selected. And I think on this show, we talked about the skip line method. Not necessarily meant for retaining, but it allows you to get seen first. It allows you to get interaction first by being beautiful.
Yeah.
So I don't want her to get misconstrued that beauty is the how you win. It's just how you get in front of the line. But it's the skills you have, the value you have after that wins them over.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a good point. I told my daughters, you got to be the woman that you got to be able to attract the man you want, with dress, your demeanor, to how you relate to them. The skip line method, I didn't say that, but I can understand it, right? So my daughters are 7 years apart. The oldest one had one serious relationship that I know of, but she's out there. She moved out of my house when she was 29, right? So she's like 31, 32 now.
And you know, so she's having the same problems we hear about online right here, you know. And I said, listen, if you got a guy that you are dealing with and you haven't introduced him to me yet, why are you wasting your time? Right? If you don't think he's worthy enough to meet me, then you shouldn't be fooling around with him. You know, and she realizes that, you know. So I mean, they're all off into their work and all that kind of stuff, but she understands, because I let her say, I told both of my daughters, the other one's 25. I said, you got to realize that even though I can't tell you you have to find a guy, I can't tell you that. If it happens for you, great. But at 45, when your biological clock is closing, you're not going to feel the same way you feel right now. That whole independent, I don't need a guy kind of thing, they're not completely like that. But I think a lot of women don't understand. They don't project themselves in the future. And I think that's a big issue with a lot of women, because I tell you, I said, you know, right now you think that you don't need anybody, but me and your mother, she craves those family ties. I said, what about you 20 years from now? And you have your job, but nobody says, you know what, I like that promotion better than I like hugging my grandkids or my children and all that kind of stuff when you get older. So I mean, they hear it, but they gotta live their life. And you can't really choose based on the pool of guys, women, and black women especially, even if they look presentable, it's not easy for them to find mates that's long term. And my daughters, you know, my oldest said, listen, if I found a guy like you, Dad, that'd be cool, right? You know, I said, just keep yourself accessible. You know, who knows? You know, don't waste your time. Don't be riding the carousel and all that other kind of shit, you know, but she's going to do what she got to do. But I think they're somewhat chaste, both of my daughters. I know my youngest one, but they just work. They just work, come home, and they got their circle of friends. And I'm just hoping they'll run into the right guy. I can't force that for them, but I do tell them every chance I get, and I'm gonna land it here, that I want some grandchildren.
Real quick question. And then I do want to thank JT. Thank you so much for coming up and giving that perspective. It was really, really good. And we needed that. But Art-Pain, quick question. How confident are you that your daughters are comfortable bringing the guy to you? Do you feel as though they're comfortable bringing the guy to you?
Yeah. Well, my oldest one already did. I had a family dinner. We did the whole 9 yard already, you know, 9 yards, you know. It just didn't work out.
Gotcha.
You know, but yeah, she understands that 100%. You know, so I don't think she has any trouble with that. No, I'm sure she does. I'm absolutely.
That's a big thing too. You know, there you may have these young girls that are just not comfortable with it, because a lot of times parents don't take interest in what their kids take interest in, because parents are the parents and they're looking, you know, to guide and raise and things of that nature. But at a certain time, I think parents do have that issue of, when do I let go, and how do I give more freedom, and how do I have these conversations and things. I know, like, you know, my parents went through it. I could see it with my own eyes with my parents going through it. You know, all right, do we let her stay out till, you know, this time now? Like, you know, senior trip. My athletic director came to me about 20 times. Your parents said you could go. No, you can't go. Your parents said you can go. No, you can't go. Like you can literally feel the transition of your parents, and when they're trying to, you know, move into a different dimension of you as you're growing. Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, us, as we have gone through it, it is our responsibility and our due diligence to have these conversations to help, you know, foster those that help the audience and all those who watch, whether it's live or after this has broadcast, to have those conversations and make it a lighthearted thing. But there are certain things that as parents, you're going to have to take interest in your children's life if you want to get that in and be comfortable talking to them about certain things like this.
Let me just add one more thing. One of the things I do with my family, my girls, even though they're grown, we have Sunday dinners, maybe at least twice a month. And I usually cook, right? So I always make the shit up as I go, but I'm batting 1,000. So when we sit around the table, that's when we could have a lot of in-depth conversations about everything, right? So, and you know, so that's just a tradition in our house that, you know, breaking bread together is something that we do. And we, so we stay, it's just me, my wife, and my kids, and they're not kids anymore, but it's really good because you can hear the transition in how they speak because they're out in the real world now as grown adults. So the conversation had to elevate automatically.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're breaking bread, you had those conversations, you sit down and enjoy. I enjoyed it, so I find out a little bit about them all the time. So we're really not too distant from each other.
And then
your daughter's married?
No.
Well,
No,
you feel like you failed them because they're not married yet?
No, I don't feel like I failed them. I prepared them to be self-sufficient and marriageable.
Okay.
How here's what I did. Let me say this. Here's what I think.
You see how that worked
well,
together?
Let me answer. Here's what I think I did fail them. So let me correct myself. I should have had a cadre of my contemporaries in my age who had sons that I could have paired them up with. That's what I didn't, because that's not what we do in America. If I would have been able to have at least an environment or a network of men and families that were vetted by me and my wife who have kids their age, then they would have had, I could have made some arrangements to get them into the same network with those boards. I didn't do that because that's not what we do here in America. I didn't think about that until late. Matter of fact, I didn't start thinking about that until I started dicking around here on YouTube. I'm serious. So I mean, so from that standpoint, I think I should have had some network of guys for them. Whether it would have worked out arranged or not, it would have been something I really did. So what?
So do you think you failed them?
From that standpoint, I think I failed that part of it. Yeah, I do. But I hold out hope for them, But you know what? They're still living, so they're social and they're around a lot of people. So maybe it'll happen for them. But from that aspect, most men don't think this way. But go ahead.
You know what's interesting from what you just said? You kind of describe raising a modern woman and a traditional woman in the same vein. And I probably have done that with one of my daughters as well. And do I feel that I failed them? Perhaps in knowing what I know now. Because not only is it modern challenges, but we also have society and all of the influences that social media now provides us where we didn't have back in our days growing up.
Yeah.
And so that's something that Jason said earlier, and I agree with wholeheartedly. He said he describes his 7-year-old as having the challenges at 7 with certain things that society and social media is providing the challenges for us bringing up our children, us bringing up and creating a family structure, and seeing that there's so many different pulls from society and so many different pulls from social media. We now have even bigger and greater challenges. So are we failing them? I wouldn't say specifically we are. We have taught them to be independent, and that can be a challenge for what it is that we're now trying to structure, and what it is that I personally have now learned is much more valuable is in helping out the family structure, is understanding the family dynamic that is often now untraditional. And so I think we are challenged in a greater deal. And
You taught.
Go ahead.
You taught your daughter. Did you say you taught your daughter to be independent?
I absolutely did at one point, yes. And that in itself could, to your point, have failed her. And she is now having a struggle and a fight between my now teachings as she's an adult, and I'm talking my oldest daughter at that, her now teachings and what I've have learned since then. Because yes, I did teach her the independent route, and I don't know if I was specifically teaching her how to be independent, but I was teaching her how to not have to rely on anyone, which is a failure in a family structure that I believe in now.
Sean, let me ask you, I don't consider having your kids self-sufficient, your daughters being self-sufficient as a failure. I really
understand
don't.
that. I understand that, and I'm not even that's why I'm not even arguing over the word failure or not, because we can sit and challenge ourselves and debate over that, and that makes no sense. But the point is that in the family structure that we are now understanding, and we've been speaking about, since we've been on these panels, we are speaking of a family structure that a family design that is just not popular right now. A traditional family design is just none of us really, unless you are just starting your family, have learned to have that family design that was missed from us in a lot of places in America. So
they say that 5,000 marriages happen every day still, 2,000 divorces, but 5,000.
That doesn't. So what does that matter? Okay, we have half of them fail. So what does it matter? Speaking about how many there are, if they're failing at a tremendous
because
rate.
it's not. The only point I made is that I know marriages are down, but they still happen. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not. But marriage is happening isn't a flex. Marriage is succeeding is a flex, and that's what's failing.
Marriage shouldn't even count until it reaches 10 years at least.
Yeah.
Well, you got to start by getting married, though.
So
I mean, but what's the point on?
But if y'all
got away from the
interesting. To the point that you're making, I've had this conversation because I had some people who had failed marriages, and because I wasn't in a marriage, they're like, "Well, you didn't fail because you didn't do it." I intentionally didn't do it, and I intentionally didn't because it wasn't that time and it wasn't that circumstance that I felt would be a success. And so to sit there and say you got to start by getting married, no, you got to start by changing your mindset. The mindset that we were speaking about all night is part of the issue. We aren't changing our mindsets. We're having grace for places and our children and people where grace should not be taken, where we should be holding them to the fire and we should be holding them accountable. But instead, we're saying, well, we got to understand, and we're coming up with all of these excuses to give them grace, to give them comfort, to give them padding, and it's failing us as a society or as a family structure in general. And I think that we need to really start addressing what it is instead of conveniently. Earlier on, we coddled women, and when we was talking about how they making up, and we got to understand how they're feeling. We got to understand how they're feeling.
I will say this before the other gentlemen go: is when we don't teach our daughters in due time the family structure or the outcomes that we want them to have, or even they want to have, these kids are just collateral damage. They're a casualty of. They're just a casualty of war, basically.
I agree with you, and finishing the point that I was making, the warfare that you're speaking of is the warfare of, we could call it the gender warfare. We could call it the community warfare, being our community,
Just
being
education,
minorities.
just being educated, understanding that, making sure our daughters prioritize being, or whatever outcomes we want them to have, our legacy. What does that entail? Is it a tradition that we want to keep pushing to our children? We got to make sure that we give them the intel on that.
The problem is we do give them the intel. They do have the intel, but they choosing not to embrace the intel, and that's part of something that we cannot dictate one way or the other.
Oh, you two just stated that y'all didn't do it until you actually learn a different ideology.
And I'm stating to you that I've done it with my other daughter at a very early age, and it's a big difference, but you cannot change the person is not going to always look at you and what you're saying as the most popular thing. Unfortunately, that's why we have choice in individuals.
Well, when I asked you, did you fail them? When I asked you, did you fail your daughters? If you had said, hey, no, I gave them the ideology. I gave them the proper family structure idea.
You never asked me that. You asked.
No, he asked. You mischaracterized my answer, though.
No, I just asked you. I asked you, were they married? And then the second asked question was, do you feel like you failed them because of that?
Yeah,
and then you said, and you guys said yes. I didn't say
but no. But I told you how I thought I failed them. Not the way you said it, though.
You said you didn't have the correct ideology until you came.
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
I did not say that.
I said that. I said that, and you didn't ask me the question. You asked him the question, so you get.
So okay, so nobody said that they didn't have a different mindset or a different ideology.
You got to listen to. Wait, let me just say this.
Because I just finished saying I said that he did not.
Sean, let me just say that.
I didn't say you said it. I just said one of y'all said that.
No, I'm
until you came into this place.
and we're bringing you clarity. I am the person who said what you're speaking of, and you did not ask me the question. Is what I'm clarifying for you.
Well, that doesn't necessarily got to ask you the question. The question is just me passed down to you if you answer behind the first person who answered the question.
That's not how things go. That's not how things go.
It is. It's like it's almost like a topic. If Princess give us a topic and all of us answer, all of us are answering the same question.
But it wasn't a topic. It was a question
series of
you
answers,
and I touched on it.
Okay, all right.
Final thoughts went a whole different route, didn't it?
No. I mean, let's just fix this. Well, Bruce, I told you how I thought I failed him. You didn't hear me. I did tell my daughter. Wait a minute. Let me say something, brother. I did tell my daughters about marriage before they went to college. I even told them that the best network of men they could meet was in school when they're in college. That's where you got the guys who are the future, right? I told them both that before they went. What I didn't do was set up my own personal network that I could have them meet my contemporaries who have sons their age, so I could maybe arrange some things for it. That's where I think I failed. Not the fact that
what I spotted in your statement was in both of y'all statement. One of y'all said y'all taught y'all women to be y'all daughters to be self-sufficient.
Yes.
And I think the other guy stated that he taught his daughter to be independent.
Now you're moving the goalposts, though, man. When we're talking about,
I didn't move it. I didn't make these statements. This is what.
But brother, you trying to act like you don't hear what I said. Of course, you have to teach your kids how to be self-sufficient. Or else, if they don't get married, how they gonna survive?
I never made an argument on whether you should or should not.
It has nothing to do with the failure part, though.
I haven't even made an argument on here. All I was just doing was repeating what you stated.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, but then you asked me, did you think I failed them? And I'm telling you how I did, but you don't want to accept that answer.
I did. I listened to you, but you never let me give my response because he went right after you. All I did was point out the fact that y'all both said that y'all made y'all daughters independent and self-sufficient, and therefore, in my opinion, me observing from the outside, and that is the reason why these women are not married now.
Well, that's not true at all.
It could be not true. I'm not going to argue on that.
Precious.
I'm not going to argue.
There's another show that you need to have because that's the whole thing. Men with daughters. What are we teaching them? That's a great.
Thank you for pointing that out.
That'll be a dope show.
That's a good show.
Yeah, that'll be a dope show.
I thought somebody else was going to be able to see that because that's exactly where I was going to go and say this could be a different show because there could be the case that men are actually leading their daughters into become single moms or old and alone.
Dope show. That'll be a dope show. You better invite me to it too, girl.
We done conquered this week. We have 2 more weeks. My job is going to be changing. Moving into a management position, so I have to just let you guys know what my schedule is going to be. So, so what do we say? So the 22nd is going to be the scheduled last show on a Monday, and we'll see if we can keep them on Mondays or if I have to change it, different time, different day. But I'll definitely let you guys know. JC, are you in the group chat on Instagram? You're in a group chat.
I think I'm. Yeah. I am because you send me everything. I get everything that you send me.
So,
yes.
I'll definitely let you guys know.
Yeah.
In there what we're going to be doing, but yeah, I think a daddy and daughter show would definitely be good because there's just a disconnect, and that's okay, because it happens with everyone. There's a disconnect until someone comes along and says, hey, maybe you should try this, or hey, I have a buddy who's doing this. But I think if we continue to keep the conversation going and able to again hold that space, that understand one another, we can definitely get a lot further. So I definitely appreciate everyone. Did everyone give their final thoughts I know we don't went into about 2 more topics in the final thoughts.
It's all Bruce's fault, man. Listen, there's a whole bunch of self-sufficient women who are married. I'd make the distinction between that and independent. I do that on purpose because if you're an adult, you have to be self-sufficient.
Right.
You just have to. I don't see how you can do that, but there's a whole lot of self-sufficient married women. Just a lot of them.
Yeah.
They might marriages might not be successful, but they're there.
Yeah. So
RP for the Cash App. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, we'll definitely get that show flowing. I want to thank everyone that was on the panel today, from King, Hank, Jason. So Jason, who was up here, he's kind of connected me with so many people in this space. He really was like the glue that connected me to so many different people. He just saw that I came on the scene and was like, hey, I think you'd be great to work with this person, and reach out to this person, and reach out to, he was kind of like my manager a little bit. And I didn't even know Jason. And he's all the way in Germany, but we've always had a great online relationship. So I really appreciate him, you know, coming out the woodwork, because it's been a while since I've talked to him.
Man, it's late as hell if he's out in Germany. She's like 5 o'clock in the morning.
It's the next day. For real.
You know, maybe you got to be up to work in a little bit. I don't know.
I used to live there for 7 years, so I know.
He's retired. I don't think he works. I think he's retired. He takes care of his kids full time and things of that nature. Thank you so much, because it's been a while, and it was great seeing your face, great hearing your points of view. But everyone that's on the panel, Sean, Darwin, T, what'd you say?
Callie Bev came up.
Callie Bev, yes. First time on my show, she came up. So I definitely appreciate you. If I've ever forgotten your name in the past and you've been on the panel, charge it to my head and heart. I love all you guys. Thank you so much. Because you don't have to, but you do. So I'm appreciative. But on to
there was a final thought. You know, and speaking of what Dawn was speaking about, what Bruce was speaking about, one of the reasons why I did not teach marriage is because I didn't believe in the institution of marriage up until recently. The failed marriages and that I've seen coming up were really why I didn't believe. I believed in having strong relationship, monogamous relationships, and all that marriage is supposed to define itself and supposed to look like. I believed in that, but so many people did not live up to their word or their vows that I had seen, and still to this day still do not see that the institution is what I felt was a failure. And so I didn't promote that within to my family, etc. Now, what I've matured into and learned is the value of that structure and that institution, which that institution helps to structure the family unit, which is what I promote and advocate at this point. So it's not specifically marriage that I promote honesty. I promote living up to what you stand by and what you speak on. And that's what a few of us do, some of us who are married and some of us who aren't, that I respect and can understand. And that's what I have always taught my children. And society teaches otherwise, unfortunately. And that's our unfortunate reality. So with that being said, we're up against really societal and some of these beliefs, and marriage is the reason why I never advocated it, because they fail because people are full of it. People don't live up to what they speak. And I'm talking people, men, women, etc. And I'm not talking in any specific place, because on these panels, there are people who don't live up to what it is that they speak. For those who do, is what I promote and what I advocate. And that's why I have a lot of respect for all of you who are on this panel specifically, because that's what you come across. You come across very hot, as Precious will say, which is honest, open, and transparent. And that is more valuable to me than the word marriage. But that those core and that foundation is what we build some of this family structure that I also am advocating for as well.
I got one more thing to say, and I'm done. I apologize to anybody I may have mischaracterized. But for me specifically, if I can't replicate what was passed down to me traditionally through legacy, I always lean on the Bible, because I know society is forever changing. So anything that I teach my children is going to come from the scriptures that I believe. And God told me that man and a woman is supposed to be married, and that's what's supposed to happen. So society, whatever happens, it doesn't deter what I'm supposed to push out to my kids. And I'm glad that I've been able to be anchored down to that. And I just hope that many men watching this would also do so. We've seen how if you do allow societal changes affect your teachings to your children, you can lead your children astray, or your children can end up in situations where they become a part of the statistic that you've feared. So apologize to anybody. Just stay grounded in your principles and ideology, and you don't ever have to worry about these things.
Got it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, this has been a great show this evening. I've enjoyed it. I think we've gotten somewhere. We've unlocked some disconnects, and so when we connect the next time, we'll try to just be better. I think I think a lot of people are looking for perfection, and we're just looking just to be better. Perfection doesn't exist. And so we have to work together as a team. Wife School, I believe she had said it in the comments. It's great to be self-sufficient, but we definitely need more team building skills. And this is how we do it. Maybe next week, what's next week's date? The 15th? Invite a friend. We always tell people to share the live or whatever, but invite somebody to actually watch the show. And get their suggestions and their, I'm not above suggestions. Someone talked about open up the panel for more people to be on it. I'm not opposed to that. I dropped the link, I pin it. Whoever wants to join the conversation can definitely do so. And I appreciate all point of views. Now, if you're out of line, you're gonna have to leave, but as long as we can be civil and cordial, we can definitely have the conversation. So I enjoy these conversations, and I thank everyone who was here. I think anyone who sent a super chat, anyone who sent a cash app, a like. You don't have to, but you do, so I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as I say in closing, in all my shows, be real with yourself so you can be real with others. You guys have a great Tuesday. Thank you. Bye-bye.